We are live to YouTube. Not sure yet. Oh. Yes. How long do you want to be? Oh, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. It showed every single bit of it on my face.
All right, we're live to show. Welcome, bienvenue, Anine. I would like to acknowledge with respect that we are on Robinson Huron Treaty territory, and the land on which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, including home to Garden River First Nation, Batchewana First Nation, and the historic Sault Ste. Marie Métis Council. With that, Madam Clerk. Oh, I would like to, prior to the beginning of the meeting, I'd like to recognize that we lost Hazel McCallion, who was the mayor of Mississauga for a number of years. And she's lying in state today in Mississauga. And she really was a pioneer of women's rights and a pioneer of women in politics for all of Canada. She, of course, represented Mississauga for 36 years and died at the healthy young age of 102 years old. But the city of Sault Ste. Marie sends its condolences to the people of Mississauga and to the McCallion family for the trailblazer that we have lost. With that, Madam Clerk.
Under agenda item 2, I have a motion by councillors Bezo-Allen and Canuck resolved that the agenda for February 13, 2023 budget meeting as presented be approved.
All in favor? Motion carries.
And under agenda item 3, declaration of pecuniary interest, I haven't received any.
Seeing none.
And there is correspondence under agenda item 4 that was added by addendum, which is a news release from the Government of Canada. And Ontario Regulation 28409 is a motion by councillors Dufour and Canuck resolve that the report of the manager of finance dated February 13, 2023 concerning Ontario Regulation 28409 be approved for the budget year 2023.
Any questions, Council? Seeing none, all in favor?
I do need to open that one to an electronic vote because it's not a consent motion. It should be opening. Oh, Councillor Holmes-Smith isn't. Councillor Spina, affirmative. Councillor Caputo. And Councillor Knapp. And budget 2023 community feedback. There's a motion by Councillors Bezo, Allen and Bruni. Resolved that the report of the communications officer dated February 13, 2023 concerning budget 2023 community engagement be received as information.
Council, any questions on this? The author, Ms. Vecchio, is here, and if anyone has any questions. Okay, seeing none. You can vote on that. All in favor? Motion carries.
And under agenda item 7, 2023 budget deliberations, a motion by Councillors Bezo, Allen and Knapp that City Council now proceed into the committee of the whole to consider the following matter referred to it for consideration, 2023 budget deliberations.
All in favor? Motion carries. So council, once we're in committee of the whole, the procedural rules are a bit more relaxed. I'll still take questions as people raise their hands, but to move a motion, you don't really need a mover and a seconder. We kind of gauge everybody's what the consensus is on an issue, and then we vote on the total budget at the end once we rise from committee of the whole. But it's a little more flexible for the discussion that needs to take place tonight. Before we do that, I believe we've got a number of presentations from various departments. We'll start with CAO, it looks like.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I don't have a departmental presentation necessarily. I had a presentation at the last meeting when we tabled the preliminary budget. And I think that's what they put up, but we can move straight into the other presentations.
I believe that brings us to corporate services.
Yep, the finance will be first.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As the first presentation, I'll try to keep it short. There's a lot more coming as the night progresses. The Finance Department is responsible for the overall implementation, maintenance, and supervision of financial services and functions for the city. There are 4 divisions. The first being administration, which is responsible for policy development, annual year-end audit, budget preparation and control, as well as providing strategic direction and advice on financial planning and resource requirements. Second division is accounting, and they provide the general accounting services such as payroll, accounts payable, and accounts receivable. Tax is responsible for the billing and collection of property taxes for approximately 29,000 properties, as well as tax assessment appeals and management of the assessment base. And the 4th division is purchasing, which is responsible for corporate purchasing services and administration of the procurement policy. They establish and implement sound purchasing practices and assist city departments with their procurement requirements. Next slide, please. The budget for the finance department reflects a levy decrease of 28,900. Just going through each line, the revenue stream, it's a minimal change, and sources for revenue for the finance department include the library accounting services for approximately $13,000. And then for $82,000, there's various tax user fees for such things as tax certificates, searches, and some other tax items. Under salaries and benefits, the department employs 26 employees, which includes chartered professional accountants, procurement specialists, payroll specialists, and tax specialists, as well as support staff. The change that you're seeing as a decrease of 16,400 is mainly due to the resetting of the job class from the top level to the actual level. And we have had some turnover over the last couple of years, so we have more junior employees than we have in the past. Under other expenses, those have decreased as we have now recorded a recovery for the municipal accommodation tax administration that the finance department does. This is funded from the MAT revenue that is collected, and this was brought into the budget this year. Next slide, please. The key initiatives for 2022 for the for the finance department includes the successful implementation of the new budget software. So this is a foundational piece to assist with our multi-year budget forecasting and long-term financial plan. We also did a banking services request for proposal. Currently, this is in the evaluation phase, and council will see a report coming soon. We did a review of the impact versus city property information for differences in update. This ensures that all properties in the assessment base are accurate and taxes applied in a fair and equitable manner. We also continue looking at enhancing our services with more IT and digital capabilities. Some of the ones that you see that we did this year, or pardon me, in 2022, the tax sale tender package is now online. This used to be a paper package that people would have to come and pick up. Payroll software, we're in the midst of conversion to a cloud, and that should be completed shortly. And there's also the tracking of sourcing renewal requirements done by the purchasing department. All of these initiatives are ongoing, and they look to bring efficiencies to our services. We also look at a lot of review of small dollar journal entries. This was something that came out in the KPMG service review. It was done several years ago. So we're looking at such things as allocations done for small corporate expenses, such as photocopying, postage, and other items, which makes sense to account more corporately and doesn't really lead to better decision-making by having it in an allocation to the various departments. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So supplementaries. Oh, sorry, back one. That was me, not you. Sorry, Madison. I missed a page. So looking forward to 2023. So the more exciting stuff is what we're going to be doing this year. So for finance, the long-term financial plan process is going to begin. So this is a key project, and it utilizes principles and policies such as the capital budget and financing policy and the long-term debt policy to guide financial management over a 10-year term. And it will be forecasting operating and capital requirements and the associated sources of funding, which in turn provides guidance for budgeting, borrowing, capital financing, and reserve management. We have several policies that are going to be available for policy review and update. The tax collection policy should be coming this year. We were hoping to do it in 2022, but it didn't work out to manage it in our work plans. Also, there's an update required for the reserve and reserve funds and the long-term debt and financing policy. And we'll continue to focus on enhancing IT and digital capabilities. And this is to better support the ability to deliver services for residents and to improve efficiency and economy of services provided. Now the next slide. So finance actually has one request on the supplemental. It is for a one-time $50,000 amount for our long-term financial plan. The recommended funding source for this is the asset management reserve, so it will have no impact on the levy. As noted, this is a key project for the finance department to realize the goal of multi-year budget forecast and provide guidance to departments as well as to council for a budget and resource management. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that brings us to community development and enterprise services.
Oh, it'll bring us to city clerks.
City clerks, I skipped over you, Madam Clerk.
I just wait for the slide to come up. Okay, so on our operating budget summary, if you look at the comparators, I should point out that those numbers look a bit different because in 2022, we do have the municipal election, which is significant in terms of salaries and benefits, and then some of the revenue that we bring in from operating for the territories without the school boards and the territories without municipal organization. So that slide is a little bit misleading because of the impact of those expenses in 2022. So our key initiatives in 2022, as you know, the 2022 municipal election was our banner event. We also completed an update to the procedure bylaw in 2022 and implementation of the board and committee comprehensive review that was completed or approved by council in late 2021. We also implemented a new lottery licensing system, general licensing system, and our board manager software to manage submission applications as well as vacancies and so on boards and committees. In 2023, we will be doing a review of the code of conduct for members of council and local boards. We'll be implementing short-term rental licensing. There will be enhanced audiovisual in council chambers, and we will be exploring various quality management and employee engagement initiatives. Our municipal podcast just launched last week, I believe, and there is a corporate employee book club and a leadership lending library. We'll also be working on the civic center branding and wayfinding. Under capital, we have a request for a new cutter and postage machine for office services, as that has gone long beyond end of life, and as well a redesign of the corporate website to improve content management, improve our functionality and searchability, as well as to ensure AODA compliance. On supplementary requests, we do have a request for one new position for records management and freedom of information requests. And that position would also provide permanent support for the city's election. We work closely with the legal department to evaluate ways to improve efficiency in both clerks and legal, and created a business case to partially offset the associated expense. The most significant benefits to creating the position are to shift tasks that do not require a law degree, increasing the capacity of the legal department to perform purely legal work. The complexity of freedom of information requests has increased over time. As well, creating a permanent election coordinator will improve efficiencies, as this position has been a contract position, and each election we have a new election coordinator. And we also, on the supplementary request, we also have a request for a summer student.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe that brings us to IT. Mr. Cacciamilio.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. As you can see, there's a summary of the operating budget for information technology. We are responsible for all the technological services for all the departments here at the city. As you can see, the other expenses, there's a significant increase. As you can see there, 70% of that increase is due to our new next generation 911 that we will be starting implementation this year. 20% of that increase is also for contractual license obligations that we have, both software and hardware. And 10% of that is an increase to the corporate internet. It's now budgeted within IT for the entire organization. The increase in the expenditures does not really correlate to the corporate levy increase, as the corresponding budgets were reduced for all the other sub-departments. The key initiatives for 2022 that we sort of accomplished, we completed our second phase of the Office 365 mobile workforce. So now we've implemented Teams, OneDrive, we have the online exchange. So we're basically have the Office 365 implemented for staff. We're starting to roll this out to the different departments. We completed as Shelley mentioned, the Questka operating budgeting system. We completed the Invisio strategic planning software, and we've also increased our network bandwidth to support the Office 365 and being in the cloud. Slide. Looking forward to 2023, we're going to be upgrading some of our core network infrastructure. We have some antiquated network switches that we need to upgrade. We're going to implement, as our CFO mentioned, a new payroll system will now be in the cloud. We're going to complete start the implementation of the capital budgeting module in Questica. We're going to be implementing a new cemetery system, parking ticket management system. We'll be starting the NG 911 implementation. We'll be looking at the fleet management information system, and we'll be decommissioning the last of our legacy systems.
Thank you, Frank. I believe that brings us to CDS.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thanks for the opportunity to present the Community Development Enterprise Services service area. Our area provides services both internal and external, including cemeteries, community arenas, community development, economic development, the local immigration partnership program, planning, recreation and culture, tourism, transit, and parking. So key initiatives in 2023, obviously we've got some big projects underway. We're looking to finalize construction and launch the Twin Pad Arena. Hopefully that will be done at the end of this month. Downtown Plaza, the Mill Market, and also the renovations at Rosedale Park. We hope to continue our transit infrastructure improvements, finalize the official plan for council and provincial approval, and obviously continue to support business growth through our economic development and tourism teams. We had a presentation recently from Emily Cormier regarding our GHG reduction plan. We'll continue to work on that, advance Indigenous relationships, continue the implementation of the community culture plan, and also a number of initiatives as it relates to workforce development and attraction. So continuing to promote the community, work in the rural and northern immigration pilot program, and also the newcomer support activities. We also included for council, as we've done in previous years, some key performance indicators to provide an overview of the usage and performance of some of our services. So for transit ridership, you can see that transit ridership is starting to come back post COVID pandemic. We're up to 1.2 million in 2022, which exceeded the target and is seeing us move back to historical levels of transit ridership. Next slide. In terms of the average age of the fleet, we are making headway here utilizing the ISIP funding. We have reduced the average age of the fleet to approximately 5.9 years, which is great. And this year we were able to bring in a new 40-foot bus, 35-foot bus, also some new accessible vans and a pair bus. In terms of ice utilization, we have continue to have heavy ice utilization across all our facilities, and you can see the primetime ice utilization with the GFL Memorial Gardens, John Roads, and McMeekin remains very high, and we're looking forward to adding the new ice surface with the Twin Pad Arena this year. In terms of seniors participating in programs, again, we're starting to see the increase back to historical levels post-pandemic. So up to 23,000 exceeded our target this year for registered participant days at the Bay Street facility. And certainly the NCC is really starting to take off in a lot of participation at that facility for our senior services, which is great to see. In terms of the Bondar tent events, we are at 86 for 2022, which is getting back to the 96 we were at pre-pandemic. And also you can see the total participation that's estimated for events there with over 64,000 participants, which is great to see for events being held at the Roberta Bondar Pavilion. Our Bellevue Marina usage is an indicator of marina use. And again, significant increase in the usage at the marinas, which is also another great statistic to see for our marina facility. And then in terms of MAT proceeds, fantastic year in 2022, exceeding our levels in 2019 and just over 1.6 million from MAT proceeds, which is fantastic news, an indicator of the strength of our tourism sector, and also provides some great funds to advance tourism promotion and product development. From an operating budget summary standpoint, the increase in revenue is largely due to the tourism funding and also from new twin pad operations in 2023. In terms of the expenses for the area, these are in due part to the tourism, contracted services, and travel and training, which are funded by the municipal accommodation tax, and also increases related to utilities and fuel for all the facilities, but in particular transit and community centers, which are heavier users of utilities and fuel. Capital requests across the various departments in CDES include our allocation this year for transit infrastructure. So essentially, we have the city share of $856,000 towards the $3.1 million. So that leverages 73% ISIP funding. And just a note, the transit terminal is not proposed for 2023. The city share of that facility would be 1.5 million at its currently budgeted level, and the ISIP share would be 4.1 million. We're going to talk later about the downtown plaza. Community centers, we have some requests to help upgrade seating and spotlights for events. The cemetery has a need for columbarians and cremator maintenance, and then some lighting equipment at the Roberta Bondar Park. From the John Rhodes Community Center, there are some repairs required there related to air handling units, pool piping, equipment, and refrigeration, and also some starting blocks for the track facility. Bellevue Marina, we are looking to replace the fuel dock, which is an important item we have to replace in 2023. And then we have some upgrades to the Ermatinger Clerk National Historic Site with some exterior wall work, roof coverings, fences, and gates, some windows at the Seniors Drop-In Center, doors at the Greco Pool, and safety railing at the Bondar Marina. We also have some upgrades to Strathclara Park with a chain link fence, and also Point de Chene picnic shelter, and some accessibility upgrades at the Point de Chene Park beach. In terms of supplementary requests, as per previous years, there's a request to set aside funds for transit capital, and this would help to cover the annual ISIP contribution. Also, as it relates to the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, a request to provide funding that would allow us to chip away at a few parks each year to make sure that we maintain the infrastructure across our community parks. Related to cultural vitality, as per the cultural strategy, a request to increase annual funding for arts, culture, and heritage. Downtown activation, we had a report earlier to council talking about downtown activation opportunities. So this would help support concert series, materials, and staffing to help program Roberta Bondar Park, the plaza, and the downtown to assist with our revitalization activities. The Downtown Security Initiative, we brought a report to council which recommended the continuation of the Downtown Ambassador Program. And so there were two options presented in that report. The first one was to just continue with the current Queenstown Association route, and then a second one which responded to a council resolution to explore expanding the Downtown Ambassador Program to include the James Street area. We had also talked previously, or brought a report previously to council about increasing the Community Development Fund with a special stream for social equity projects at $25,000, and that would establish an annual allocation to support those social equity projects as they come through. The Transit Adventure Bus, if we wish to continue to provide that service, that would be $8,000, and that provides bus access to Hiawatha Highlands in the fall on the weekends. Also a request for $10,000. We've seen the cost of the fireworks increase, so this would enable us to really maintain the services that we have for Canada Day and the quality of fireworks for that event. And then finally, a request for $15,000 towards painting of additional crosswalks as a way to beautify and create a more welcoming community in the downtown. As it relates to staffing, there is a request to establish an aquatic lead position. This would be funding to make permanent the aquatic lead position, and it can be covered by the shortfall in our lifeguard component, or sorry, complement right now. So we think this will help us to secure a resource to help continue with delivery of pool classes and help to address some of the issues we've had with providing that service to the community. And then finally, returning our summer student complement. There's 7 summer students across the various areas, 2 at cemetery, 2 marinas, 1 at the arena, and 1 recreation and culture summer student. And that's all I've had. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Before we move on, I should have noted at the outset, there are a number of staff members here from various departments. I see folks from Public Works have arrived, legal, clerks, communications, finance, and HR. So thank you all for being here tonight. And with that, I'll turn it over to Public Works and Engineering.
And Council, Public Works and Engineering budget includes public works operations, maintenance, along with all related practices under engineering. Added to the responsibilities in engineering is the maintenance of the Civic Center and the Building Division. Here with me today to explain the specifics of each division under the Public Works and Engineering budget are the Director of Public Works, Susan Hamilton Beach, and Kyle Romeo, Director of Engineering. Please allow both speakers to complete their dialogue, after which time we'll welcome your questions. I'll now ask Director of Public Works to provide an overview of the Works Division, and following that, the Director of Engineering will do the same.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to explain Public Works. Our administration area provides their services for all those under the Public Works umbrella, which includes 219 employees. Dispatch answers and staff respond to approximately 17,500 calls per year. And our staff that are responsible for health and safety and training of all our employees are also in this group. The operations area includes those management and staff responsible for all road works, including pothole patching, curb and sidewalk repairs, ditching and catch basin repairs, along with the maintenance of 333 kilometers of sanitary pipe and 227 kilometers of storm. Parks crews cut 900 acres of grass every 7 days during the growing season. This includes city parks, sports fields, the hub trail, boulevards, cul-de-sacs, and vacant city-owned land. We also plant and maintain 140 flower beds, 220 hanging plants, and 114 planters. This area is also responsible for the operation and maintenance of our outdoor rinks and the skating path in Clerk Park. Our waste management group will be explained next. The city owns and operates the city landfill located on 5th Line. Waste collection responsibilities are shared by city forces, that's mainly in the core of the city, and by a contractor in the outlying areas. The household hazardous waste depot is also city-owned and operated at the 5th Line site, and they serve approximately 7,500 visitors per year. All waste diversion efforts, including recycling and the leaf and yard waste composting, are managed by this area. Our building and equipment division, Public Works has $16 million in buildings and $36.5 million in equipment, with the equipment managed and repaired through our mechanic and welding shop. A fleet services review was completed in 2021 with a practical detailed replacement plan prepared in 2022, along with the focus of documenting all garage functions and procedures. The traffic division manages approximately 530 kilometers of line painting, including the bike lanes and symbols, as well as 80 kilometers of intersection and line painting. Approximately 22,000 signs are also maintained by this area. The electricians also keep 78 signalized intersections functioning, which are part of 525 intersections with some form of traffic control. That's either signs or signals. There's recently been the addition of pedestrian crossings or PXOs that have been added to the network. Carpentry is also under the traffic area, and they are responsible for activities from manufacturing cabinets to building structures, including concrete and brickwork. A lot of their work is related to facilities management citywide. Over to Carl.
Thank the mayor and council for the opportunity to present the engineering division's budget. The division is currently comprised of a director, manager of land development and environmental engineering, 2 design and municipal services engineers, and 14 engineering technicians and technologists. Primary responsibility is for capital transportation, connecting links, miscellaneous construction programs, inspections, and recommendations for improvements to bridges and aqueducts. We also administer contracts with the PUC for operation of both of our wastewater treatment plants, as well as our major pump stations, as well as coordinating class environmental assessments, engineering matters related to sanitary capital projects, stormwater management, environmental engineering, drainage, and engineering for the landfill. Further, the engineering division provides traffic engineering services related to the transportation planning, traffic control warrants, traffic calming, and speed management. We also work closely with developers, utilities, government agencies, regulatory agencies, all related to the construction of municipal infrastructure. Finally, we are responsible for coordination of the corporate asset management duties. Also under the engineering division is the building division, run by the chief building official, Freddie Posabon, and his staff of 10 employees, responsible for all matters related to the Ontario Building Code with respect to city of business. This includes plans, examinations, permits, and inspections. Also under building is the property standards and bylaw enforcement, which are responsible for addressing complaints related to vacant properties and property standards. Final department division under the engineering division is building services, run by Roger Caron, who's the building services supervisor, responsible for property maintenance, capital upgrades, security, and caretaking, specifically for the civic center. Some key engineering initiatives in 2022. So the 2022 capital transportation budget included the reconstruction of these roads, a drainage project near McDonald Avenue, and resurfacing of arterial roads, most notably Trunk Road from South Market to Black and Black Road from Trunk to McNabb, which was a connecting link project funded by the Ministry of Transportation. Also, we achieved partial substantial completion for our West End Treatment Phase 1 upgrade, as well as the Civic Center cladding project received finally substantial completion in 2022 and is now in the warranty period.
Key initiatives for Public Works in 22. In the works area, we completed the winter control service review. This will be presented to council in an upcoming meeting. In our parks area, we completed the Rosedale Park expansion, Phase 1, as well as Anna Marinelli Park expansion. And this was completed by Public Works staff or partially. Tree planting program was expanded with 100 additional trees for a total of 300. And staff completed the Invasive Species Center / library and city educational display gardens at the Centennial Library site. We also continued with the commemorative bench program, which included 14 new installations. In our building and equipment area, our east entrance security gate installation project was completed. Public Works equipment replacement plan resulted in all its details, and a lighting upgrade project is underway in the mechanic and welding shop area. In our waste management group, we completed our waste collections option study, which prepared for the regulated organics curbside collection, which is to be effective in 2025. We're planning for our blue box curbside collection transition to producers. This transition is to take place September 30th of this year. And we worked with the pros to collect hazardous waste to comply with HSP transition to producers. In our traffic group, we continued the expansion of our Centrax traffic monitoring system. Our overhead flasher replacement and our traffic control cabinet replacement program is underway, and the carpentry group has commenced the City Hall lobby renovation project.
The engineering division looking forward to 2023, design and tender preparation for the 2023 capital transportation program is underway, which includes these reconstruction projects listed on the slide. The city has also applied for connecting link funding for Carmen's Way, the resurfacing of Carmen's Way from Queen Street to Second Line West. City will be initiating the next phase of the asset management plan, which will include all other city assets outside of the core assets. Ongoing improvements to the Civic Center include interior renovations, which you see outside of council chambers, enhancements to the sprinkler system, outside entrance improvements for accessibility, which will include an exterior elevator.
In 2023, Public Works is looking forward to the implementation of a new FMIS or Fleet Management Information System. We hope to begin the implementation of the Fleet Replacement Plan. This is hopefully with council support in 2023. The West Entrance Security Gate installation. This would hopefully be done by our own forces. Our Blue Box curbside collection transition, that again is planned for September of 23. Rosedale Park expansion phase 2. This will be completed with in-kind work by PW. The Pointe de Chene Day Park beach volleyball courts will be installed by our crews, and the upgrade of the Elliott Park bocce courts. We also will continue with the installation of the very popular commemorative benches. Next slide, please. So if PW's 2023 operating budget can be summarized as follows. We look at our revenue numbers. There are multiple revenue streams under Public Works. And for 2023, the net change is a decrease of just over 167,000. This is predominantly due to the transition of the Blue Box recycling program to producers, and thus eliminating the city funding and previous revenue from sales. HHW funding has been adjusted to its historical average, resulting in a slight decrease of $6,000. The landfill business and implementation plan reflects these adjustments. Inflationary increases have also been added to various other revenue budgets, including culvert fees, sewer connections, and scrap metal. The salaries and benefits, this sees a decrease of 0.29%, and it's due to the shifts in job classes. In this category, there are no wage increases included and no change in the complement total. Other expenses, the $1.3 million increase from 2022 to 2023 under other expenses include the following. There are various operating supplies increases for items such as concrete, culverts, granular material, guide rails, winter sand, winter asphalt, traffic signs, batteries, electrical supplies, parks maintenance materials, and carpentry supplies. There's also a fuel increase of approximately 400,000. This includes all categories: gasoline, clear and dyed diesel. Inflationary increase on our fleet repair part account of approximately $91,000 is included here. And other items are for rink security, inflationary increases on reserve and accounts, and contractual increases for leases. This is for summer backhoes, winter grader, and loaders. Overall, the Public Works overall levy increase from 2022 to 2023 is 4.8%.
Looking at the engineering operating budget, revenue in our budget is primarily from the building division and is used to fund permit and inspection staff. Due to an active building construction industry, revenue continues to rise. The operating budget shows a decrease of 7.5%. However, this is largely due to transferring of $850,000 from miscellaneous construction, which is an operating budget, to capital for paving. So this actually reflects a zero levy impact to the corporation. There was also a $400,000 decrease in street lighting estimate from 2023. And this is largely due to realizing savings due to LED conversion.
Number of capital requests have been made by Public Works, and funding has been recommended by the resources noted by Finance. In our landfill area, the recommended items to be funded out of the landfill reserve include the weigh scale upgrade and maintenance, enhanced fencing along the South Service Road, and the replacement of critical equipment in this area. The PW equipment area, this as presented to council, the recommended PW equipment spending requirement for 2023 is 3.3 million. This includes our annual allocation of the 1.4 million. At this level, which was recommended by Mercury, our consultant, in the replacement plan analysis, we will be able to begin tackling the backlog of vehicles that have gone beyond their service life without replacement. This level of spend is recommended to continue in 24 and 25. It should be noted that a funding source has been identified for 23 without having the impact on the levy, although a levy increase may be required in future years in order to maintain this level of spending. Next slide, please. The FMIS system, as part of our thorough analysis of PW fleet operations, it was made a high priority to implement a dedicated fleet management system. Council has been made aware of the many benefits to this type of system, and we anticipate many improved efficiencies. The traffic printer is on here. This includes the replacement of a 14-year-old roll-in printer. It's used to manufacture both traffic regulatory, warning, and construction signage. And asset management items include an air compressor, security gate replacement, carpentry roof, that are all in need of replacement and are past their service life.
The engineering division is seeking approval to replace one vehicle in 2023. Funds from that would come from the engineering equipment reserve. Also, the seawall along the river's edge here at the Civic Center has outlived its useful life and is showing sinkholes under the concrete sidewalk along the river. The intention is to replace this with a naturalized rock revetment, as well as some enhanced landscaping along the Civic Center waterfront. This project was also applied for under the Natural Infrastructure Fund in the fall 22. The federal government has not yet made an announcement on that fund. The Civic Center front entrance improvements have been a challenge due to the length of the accessibility ramp, which nowhere near meets current accessibility requirements. In 2022, the design was refined and estimates revised, which were higher than what were previously budgeted for. So this amount actually tops that budget up. I hope that we could get that tendered this year and constructed. Phase 2 of the asset management plan must be completed by 2024 and includes all other city assets outside of the core assets. So we'll be looking at sidewalks, buildings, parks, etc. The culverts on second line, these culverts sit just below the PUC's main transmission water main. So structural failure of these culverts could negatively impact the delivery of drinking water to the city. The 2023 capital transportation plan shown on the slide, as previously mentioned in the presentation.
Slides include a summary of the supplementary requests Public Works and Engineering Services has for this budget year. Public Works is requesting an increase of $550,000 to the Public Works Annual Equipment Reserve for 2023, with finance identifying a source of funding for this year. This allocation will be used in short term to service the internal debt for the fleet backlog catch-up, and then for ongoing fleet replacement requirements. This results in a zero impact to the 2023 levy. Then there's the Parks Maintenance Employee. This request has been included by the Parks Division for a number of years now. And it should be noted that the level of staffing in this group has not increased, yet the following areas of recreation responsibility have been added, including Queenie Skateboard Park, the Bellevue Park Splash Pad, Penhorwick Park Disc Golf Course, Strathclyde Off Leash Park, Esposito Pump Track, the Clerk Park Outdoor Exercise Equipment, Winter Skating Trail, Bellevue Park Century Playground Equipment, McDonald Park Playground Equipment, the recent enhancement projects at Rosedale Park, Anna Marinelli Park, and the addition of Elliott Park Pickleball Courts. All of these location projects have brought in additional maintenance requirements and obligations, with the staffing levels that's being a significant challenge. The third one is 2 training supervisors for the Works Department. The request is for 2 additional training supervisors. We need 1 new trainer to focus on driver training, as the majority of the pool of Public Works labor operators have been added since 2017, and rather 2017. And the challenge is finding new experienced drivers remains. Public Works operators are a variety of equipment operators, need to be trained and tested as they learn to operate new pieces. The second trainer is to train new hires, as some of them lack the skill set related to construction industry, despite having good work ethics. And a trainer in this area will assist in preparing employees to do multiple tasks in the construction field that Public Works is responsible for, like interlocking brick, basic carpentry, skills, concrete finishing, and pipe laying rather. The miscellaneous Next slide. Yeah. Miscellaneous construction budget is inadequate to address the resurfacing needs of the city. A request to increase this budget by 500,000 is submitted in the 2023 budget to assist the resurfacing budget for streets in urgent need of new surface. The hiring of a new office clerk and building inspector is driven by increased building permit applications and has zero levy impact as building salaries are funded through the permit revenue. Due to a high volume of property standard complaints, we are seeking to increase the part-time status of one of our bylaw enforcement officers to full-time. Hiring of a supervisor of construction is also tied to a busy development industry in Sault Ste. Marie. Hiring a supervisor of construction will free up time of our design and municipal services engineers to be able to focus more times on subdivision developments and improve our service levels to the development industry. In closing, Public Works and Engineering manages all the maintenance and infrastructure for the city of Sault Ste. Marie. Every initiative that is embraced and passed by council and comes to fruition, such as the new structures or infrastructure, is eventually in the hands of Public Works and Engineering to maintain. Our team is constantly making changes and improvements to the many services we deliver so as to not put further pressure on the levy. In closing, I want to thank the Public Works and Engineering team as we look forward to continuing to provide the level of service the residents of Sault Ste. Marie have become accustomed to. Thank you on behalf of Public Works for allowing us to explain our budget.
Thank you to the Public Works team. That brings us to Legal Department.
Good afternoon. I have the opportunity to provide the overview for the legal services. And we break legal services into a number of organizational units. So it's the legal department that will look after all the oversight of the corporate legal matters. And they provide legal advice to council and various staff members in the departments. We process all of the legal claims that come in, statements of claim, deal with the lawsuits as well. We attend before a number of tribunals and court on matters. We also have the Provincial Offences Office, which has the Provincial Offences Court in that grouping, and we have a prosecutor there who prosecutes under the city bylaws and provincial legislation. We also deal with every freedom of information request that comes to the city. We deal with all the corporate insurance and the risk management issues. And this year, last year, we have Human Resources Department now reporting under legal services. So we welcome that group. And Nicole Adelino is here as well. She'll be doing a little overview for the Human Resources area. The key initiatives that we worked on in 2022, we had the approval of council to welcome a new lawyer into the department. That brings us to 3 lawyers. We also then had to recruit for a new prosecutor / solicitor, which we now have in place. And we helped out in the Human Resources Department while they were without a director. So we did some recruiting there as well. We recruited for the director as well as we recruited for the health and safety coordinator. And we continued to work with city departments on their initiatives. We've assisted now on some construction contracts where legal issues have arisen. And we've continued to focus on property matters, including with other departments, the vacant property bylaws and enacting some new bylaws there. We continued at the start of 2022 with the end of the COVID-19 legislation that the provincial government was introducing. And we also were dealing with the policy for the corporation on that. We were adapting to the new court protocols that were put in place during COVID. And we're still dealing with the hybrid appearances and how we're dealing with that. We are since November now starting to appear in person in the Wawa court. We hadn't done that during the whole COVID period. We've assisted in policy development with new legislation that the provincial government enacted. And we, with the help of other groups and human resources, we rolled out a full day training session for our managers and supervisors. And we did an overview of human rights code obligations for the different departments. We look at the overall management of legal claims. We're working with IT and Clear Risk on how to improve our processes for processing claims. And we're participating with the Property Standards and Yard Maintenance Task Force team. We had one person on that before. We have 2 people on that now. The operating budget that you have before you now involves or includes the Human Resources Department. So that salary isn't, because we hired 1 additional lawyer, it's now reflecting 24 people in that. And that's sort of the overview for the operating budget summary. I'll turn it over to Nicole Adelino for the Human Resources overview.
Thank you, Karen and Mr. Mayor, members of council. Just a little bit about the department. First of all, it's not just about hiring, firing, and retiring, of course, in my area. Human resources staff carry out employee and labor relations, recruitment and training, compensation and benefits, corporate health and safety, and return to work management. We are able to conduct negotiations and administer 6 collective agreements directly and provide assistance with another 2 collective agreements for the library board. We basically are responsible for administrating any legislative changes that come into effect. The department develops and updates human resources policies and procedures as required and ensures that there's corporate compliance with those policies and procedures. The divisions on health and safety, in particular, prepare and monitor policies and safety and training programs, as well as related reporting. And while their primary focus is on accident prevention, they respond to incidents and conduct investigations and act as a resource to the Joint Health and Safety Committee. The return to work management area in particular develops and implements corporate return to work programs, policies, and procedures. They liaise with WSIB, non-occupational adjudicators, and disability insurance providers, and work closely with management staff, of course, to complete the restrictions and limitations of staff, to communicate those and to provide suitable accommodation plans. And this area also gathers data to support our attendance management programs. So some of the key initiatives that we would have gone over in 2022. There was, of course, support for corporate-wide coordinating of pandemic responses that continued in 2022, and an ongoing human resources support for all departments in all the areas I just mentioned. We worked with outside counsel in defense of the Carpenters Constitutional Challenge through the OLRB and to judicial review. And I know Mr. Contini has recently confirmed a positive result in that area. You did hire a new director of human resources. Yeah. A new health and safety coordinator was also recruited recently. We had a number of policies that were updated last year that came into effect. The right to disconnect policy, for example, hiring of relatives, summer student hiring, things like that. The supervisor and management training that was conducted was the first since the start of the pandemic that we were able to go through, and that went through the basics of managing in a unionized environment, some human rights training, investigations in the workplace, along with some case studies in that area and some imparting of benefits information. We prepared for and commenced collective bargaining and looked to continually recruit to fill all the vacancies that we had. And just as a point of interest, we had 520 total offers extended last year. Looking forward to this year for 2023, we're looking forward to concluding collective bargaining with 5 union locals, plus of course, lending our support to the library board's collective agreement negotiations. Hoping to conduct some manager and supervisor training initiatives with health and safety being the focus in that area. To continue on with some of our de-escalation training that was started previously. To focus on, again, some health and safety training, particularly using our LMS or learning management system. And again, focusing on it being a very proactive type of involvement with our new coordinator. Updating of human resources policies and procedures, and I hope to implement a review schedule for these so that they're done a little bit more frequently. The resumption at some point when it's suitable for the attendance management program, and definitely collective bargaining for the fire collective agreement near the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to fire services, and welcome to the fire services team that's here as well. Chief?
Good evening. It's my pleasure to present to Mayor Shoemaker and City Council the Fire Services 2023 budget. I would like to thank the members of the Senior Fire Management Team for their commitment to the organization and the budget process. Deputy Chief Mike Oliverio, Deputy Chief Paul Milosevic, Assistant Chief Matt DePatie, and Office Supervisor Andrea Mitchell-Wasik. This will also be Deputy Chief Paul Milosevic's last budget session, as he's retiring at the end of March, and I'd like to congratulate Paul and wish him all the best into his retirement. I also want to extend my appreciation to all the staff at Fire Services for their commitment to serve our community. Sault Ste. Marie Fire Services is an external service that provides 24-hour, 7-day-a-week emergency response to the community. We consist of 5 divisions: administration, operations, fire prevention and public education, emergency management, and support services. The total staff complement for fire services is 95, and there are 89 union staff and 6 non-union staff. Next slide, please. Key initiatives from 2022 and looking ahead to 23. Our Fire Prevention Division strictly adheres to the Ontario Fire Code and the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, known as the FPPA, and is also a branch of the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office. Our Fire Prevention Division ensures that the mandate from the FPPA is met and exceeded annually. These mandate requirements are performing a simplified risk assessment, delivering a smoke alarm program, responding to all requests and complaints, and distributing public safety materials. Stats being presented reflect the exceptional work performed by our Fire Prevention Division to ensure a fire-safe community. Next slide, please. Fire Services has a variety of revenue and recovery streams to assist in offsetting the budget. Revenue highlights consist of inspection requests, file searches, fire protection to Batchewana First Nations, regional training center tuition, and open air burn permits. Recoveries consist of EMS fuel, EMS vehicle repairs, and EMS recoveries consisting of utilities and building maintenance costs. Also, Central Ambulance Communication Center and false alarm recoveries. The third-party cost recovery with Firemark is well underway, and I'm pleased to report to date that we've received over $30,000 and have several more claims being reviewed. This program accesses funds through insurance policies that have clauses that allow for cost recoveries from the fire service. Next slide, please. In 2022, the province of Ontario saw 133 fire-related deaths. This is unfortunate and preventable. I want to express the importance to everyone that having working smoke alarms is the most important piece of equipment that one can have to alert you and your family of a fire. Please ensure you have a working smoke alarm. Fire Services responded to 2,280 alarms, and there are 158 fires in 2022. 29 of those fires had an estimated fire loss of over $50,000. Other responses included were medical assists, carbon monoxide alarms, vehicle collisions, and vehicle fires. Next slide, please. Fire Service is presenting a 5.08 increase for 2023. Under the revenue portion, a large portion of the $309,187 increase is from the reallocation of funds from DSAB vehicle repair, DSAB gas and diesel, and administration fees recoveries from the expense side. Historically, this has been budgeted for recovery in the expense accounts and is now tracking as revenue. There's an increase for fire protection fees for Batchewana First Nations and new accounts added for the Regional Training Center tuition and Firemark. Salaries and benefits, the $797,426 increase is related to the collective agreement and some non-union salary grade increases. The collective agreement was freely bargained and expires at the end of 2023, and we expect to commence bargaining later this fall. Other expenses, an increase of $272,788 is due to the reallocation of recoveries from accounts such as vehicle maintenance, utilities and fuel, materials and supplies from support services. These are now reflected as new revenue accounts. The remaining increase is the addition of new expense accounts such as the Regional Training Center expense account and Fire Mark expense account. Next slide, please. Fire Services is requesting an additional 4 firefighters. This will increase the staff level in the operations division to 80 firefighters. The business and financial plan is to decrease the costs associated with overtime and also mitigate risks of service delivery. A report from the fire chief last meeting outlined the associated costs and savings to the overtime, also applying additional savings to assist in purchasing the requested aerial in the capital budget section. The addition of 4 firefighters will not increase the operating budget. Next slide, please. Fire Services has 2 capital requests. The first request is for $300,000 to purchase structural firefighting gear for all suppression staff. Each firefighter requires 2 sets of gear to ensure a secondary set is available when the first set is contaminated. Gear is contaminated when exposed to toxic carcinogens, heat, and wear and tear during fire suppression activities. It can also be contaminated during medical responses. In 2018, this capital request was approved and gear was purchased. Every 5 years, new gear will be required as the life expectancy is 10 years. The objective is to have all firefighters with 2 sets within the 10-year lifespan of the gear. Bunker gear is one of the most vital pieces of equipment to protect firefighters while performing their duties. It's critical for their safety and our liability that we provide gear that's up to date and also passes the annual inspections to be fit for active duty. This slide also highlights the municipality's requirements under the Act. Next slide, please. The second capital request is for $2.1 million for the purchase of an aerial apparatus. The current aerial is a 2003 and at the end of its life expectancy. Fire Services follows a fleet replacement schedule. It's guided by the Fire Master Plan and National Fire Protection Association 1901, which states replacement of frontline apparatus at 15 to 20 years. Due to the age of the aerial, replacement parts are difficult to find and can prohibit mechanical repairs to ensure the apparatus is fit for response. Next slide, please. As part of our apparatus maintenance plan, management plan, there is a replacement schedule to follow when replacing these vehicles. This is a 4-year projected replacement schedule for apparatus to be replaced from 2023 to 2026. The total is approximately $5.7 million. That concludes Fire Services presentation.
Thank you, Peter. Council, next on the agenda is the capital budget deliberations, but before we go to that, it's been suggested that we skip to 7.8 because the decision on 7.8, which is downtown plaza debate, could affect the capital budget deliberations. So if council is agreeable to amending the agenda that minor way, we can do that. We're not in committee, or we're still in committee of the whole, so I'll just see a lot of nodding heads and we'll go with that. All right. So the downtown plaza report, perhaps the motion could be read and then we could deliberate.
I think the motion will,
Oh, it needs to be.
as it stands right now, it's a motion by councillors Vezo and Canuck resolve that the report of the Deputy CAO Community Development and Enterprise Services dated February 13, 2023 concerning the downtown plaza be received and that council approve option. Whatever that might be. As well, there's a second report with additional information on the agenda.
Okay, council. So the report is there. I assume there are questions. Councillor Vezo.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Ver. Mr. Ver, I'm part of the Downtown Plaza Task Force and we did have a meeting. Regarding your recommendations, could you please highlight what you are recommending in terms of reduction?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo Allen. Staff provided a list of
Yeah.
cost reduction alternatives. And in that list, it included a number of items, also including the removal of the stage and screen. We would not recommend the removal of the stage and screen at this point in time for a number of reasons, which are outlined in the council report. So essentially, what we provided to council in the second option was the option to take the other cost savings for the plaza, which totaled $71,323. It should be noted in there that within that $71,323 is the unit pavers. There is some commentary provided from our consultants, which did not recommend removing the unit pavers at this time. But the second option we included has that included, and again, that totals the $71,323.
Thank you, Mr. Bear. I support keeping the stage and have so. Do you recall the cost for the stage rental for the Summer Moon Festival, for the concert that was held the one night when we had the hip hop performers at the market last fall? I'd sent a message to Mr. Anderson.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezoellen, the cost of that stage was approximately $31,000 for that event.
So $31,000 for the stage, riser, and lights for a one-night concert, correct?
That's right.
And this $150,000 for the stage would include all of those elements for performance?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezoellen, yes, it does include, we would have a stage there. The lighting is included there, as well as the speakers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ver. My only other comment concerning the reductions would be not to remove the stair lighting, which is $22,500. So it's stair lighting that comes from below so that the stairs are very visible. Myself, and I know there's a few of us that have concerns as far as safety and accessibility, especially for seniors and young children at night if they're attending events. So could you explain to me, Mr. Ver, what lighting would be present on the stairs if we remove that stair lighting?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezoellen, we have a number of poles with lights higher above that would be lighting the plaza from above. So that would be the remainder of the lighting for the plaza site.
So if someone had sight impairment, or would that assist with them, or do you think there would still be some difficulty in terms if they're there for an evening event, having visibility of the stairs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezoellen, we believe there'll be sufficient lighting overall with the poles. That said, the stair lighting would provide an extra level of lighting on those stairs, and also provides, which was originally designed, a kind of a positive aesthetic benefit to the plaza.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vera. I don't have any other questions.
Councillor Spina.
Thank you. Just a few questions through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Ver. I just want to talk about the stage for a minute. So we did talk about there's $150,000 cost savings by not going forward with the stage at this time. However, can you help me understand what would there be, even if there would there be an additional cost in trying to complete that component of the project absent the stage that we've already planned? So in other words, if we cut $150,000 of spending, would we be spending something else to finish that area of the project and not really realize the savings of $150,000?
Councillor Spina, there would be some work required just to finish off the stage surface. Like right now, there is a stage infrastructure that's in place. It's got unfinished rebar there. The top would have to be finished off with concrete. And then we would have kind of a stage base that would be sticking out of the ground in the plaza site as it sits now. So in part, that's why we believe that continuing and finishing is important. Not to mention, this is a key part of activation in the downtown plaza, in the lower room especially, where we would anticipate having a lot of the different music events, theater, dance, movie screenings, the sports event viewing, et cetera, all really revolves around that screen. I should point out to council, we do have a sponsor that's contributing $50,000 cash and $100,000 in kind That's $10,000 a year for 10 years. And so that sponsorship would be lost if we didn't move ahead with that stage structure.
Thank you. So in other words, we wouldn't be saving $150,000 is what you're saying.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, that's correct.
Do we know what that would be? Or have we even gotten an estimate on that? We just know there'd be an additional cost. We don't know what it would be.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, that's correct. That's
Okay.
correct. It wouldn't be a major cost. We would receive, some of those savings. Again, we would lose that sponsorship though towards the plaza.
Sure. So if we saved 150,000, we'd lose 50 or 60,000 in sponsorships and then have an additional X amount of dollars to finish off the area. So really we'd be saving minimal. Okay. And I'm glad you talked about activating the space for different areas and different concerts and things. Do we know what the plan is? So if we choose to invest these dollars, do we have an actual plan for activation? So I guess it's a two-part question. First of all, do we know what the number of days is required to activate that space to have a positive ROI on this investment? And if we do know what that number of days is, what is our plan to meet that target?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina. We did provide some additional information to council as it relates to the options for the plaza. So we have a draft calendar put together with all the events that would be planned to be undertaken in the plaza. There's not an exact number of days. The Roger Brooks presentation talked about 250 days of activation activities in the plaza with our passive elements, the rink feature and the stage feature. We believe that we'll be able to achieve that goal, and that's what staff is doing to work with those outside agencies and organizations to help program the plaza. We did provide to council a list of letters of support from different cultural groups. Those groups had identified 40 events just among the 12 that were provided at this stage to council. And we anticipate there will be more events and organizations that will be able to utilize that plaza once it's in place.
Okay. And one of the other questions, I'm going to ask this question because we did talk about it at the task force meeting that we had, and I want to make sure it's clear because someone had a concern. We talked about the removal of a certain rail feature that was near the art structure, the Indigenous art piece. The concern that came forward was if we remove that, there was a potential for someone potentially to maybe drive into that art piece inadvertently and cause some damage. But I know, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but when we met, we talked about it wouldn't technically be removed. We just wouldn't be paying someone else to put it in. The city would be taking up the task of putting in a railing there, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, that's correct. We do have, we saved some guardrails when we did the refurbishments of the downtown plaza site, and we discussed with Public Works the ability to install that guardrail after the fact.
Perfect. So there's some savings that we're realizing is just literally the labor for other agencies to put it in. We're going to take that over ourselves.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. There. Talking about the stage, correct me if I'm wrong, did you say, will there be a charge? So if a group wants to use the stage to hold an event, is there a fee that they have to pay to use it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. At this stage, we haven't identified a fee for using the stage in part because our goal is to animate the plaza as much as possible. So we wanted to get at least the first few years under our belt in making groups comfortable, and then we can assess it at a future date and time.
Okay, so it sounds like you are open to assessing that, and potentially in the future, there could be a fee. It sounds like you're saying.
That's right.
Okay. And you mentioned that this could be used potentially for movies. And if that's the case, can you see yourself allowing the movies obviously downtown at this plaza? And to your knowledge, would there still be movies being shown at Bellevue Park?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, answered yes to both, in that we do anticipate movies. Looking at other downtown plazas and other jurisdictions, it becomes a popular feature with other plazas. That being said, we don't see anything that would stop continuing to do movies at Bellevue Park as well.
Okay, so you don't think that there'll be a competition there, but you think that our population is large enough to have movies in both locations?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. Yeah, I do believe there's enough of a population there. Some people do like regular Friday night movie screenings every Friday night. So certainly there's lots of room, I think, to have regular programming. And because our department coordinates both with Bellevue Park and the Plaza, we can make sure it's done in a coordinated fashion.
Okay. Another question with regards to the stage. You mentioned that there's obviously a sponsor that kindly has given us a nice amount of money for this particular stage. And there is obviously, if we don't move forward, a chance that we may lose this sponsorship. Have you had a further conversation with the group or the person that does this sponsorship? Would they be hypothetically interested in increasing their sponsorship, knowing that some of the costs have increased?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, I did discuss with the group that is sponsoring this morning. Their interest is in sponsoring that stage and screen feature. They did not indicate a desire to increase their funding at this time.
Okay, thank you. And going back to Councillor Spina's question with regards to, I believe he was talking about the events. It sounds like you were saying that you already have a calendar, a clear calendar of events for starting what, 2023 or starting 2024?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, starting in 2023. So right now we're anticipating a date of end of July for the Plaza construction. So our team would be preparing to launch the Plaza in August and have a full slate of activities run through the end of the year.
Okay, including the winter cold months.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, final question with regards to the events. Are the events all going to be local, or have you already started security events that are coming outside of Sault Ste. Marie that may attract a larger audience?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. Right now, we focused on local events. There may be an opportunity to bring in outside entertainment, performers, et cetera, to use the stage. We've also included this, for example, in the bid for the Memorial Cup, making the Plaza the home for the Fan Fest zone. There's different events that come through the city that would have the opportunity to utilize the Plaza infrastructure, which is probably better suited to those type of events. So we do see it being used for both local and external events.
Okay. I'm glad you mentioned the Memorial Cup. I think we're all very excited about that. So you're right, there is a good opportunity to use this plaza for that, hopefully, event that comes. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you. Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Vare. The rink seems to be the main attraction of the plaza currently, from what I can see. How many rinks are we currently operating right now without the plaza?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, there's 5 rinks that we operate now outside of the plaza. Should be noted, none of them have compressor systems. So I know Public Works has been asking since 2006 to have a rink with a compressor system. In fact, this last weekend at Bon Sioux, our rinks and our skating trail were closed on the last day because of the warm weather.
Yes, so that leads into my next question. Since we've been having such difficulty over the years with maintaining ice, is there any talk of maybe shutting down a couple of the existing outdoor rinks to increase the use of the plaza and to sort of bring down operating costs in that way?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, we haven't had any talks on that. I should say that the neighborhood rinks are very strongly supported by the neighborhoods in those areas. And I know in the past when we have closed rinks, it was, we heard a lot of outcry from different residents on that. So it's certainly something that could be looked at, but from a staff perspective, I know there would be a lot of pushback from residents who enjoy those neighborhood rinks.
Okay. If we were to cut any of these items from the plaza, has an opportunity for fundraising, I know was discussed at our last meeting. Have we discussed the possibility of that happening?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, we with our existing fundraising efforts, we did raise 1.1 million. And from that effort, it was fairly extensive. We canvassed all the organizations that we could think of in the community to provide a contribution. So while I wouldn't want to close the door on further fundraising, I will say that we certainly tried to exhaust all our efforts in the past. And that, I mean, it was 1.1 million, which is, I think, a significant number for municipal projects. So we were successful. I wouldn't want to hold out too much hope with a lot of additional funding at this stage of the project.
Okay. I just want to leave council with my thoughts and comments. As a new councillor who has sort of like inherited the plaza, I've been really thinking about how this benefits the community and what my role is in making sure I'm upholding my role as far as this plaza goes. And while I was canvassing, I did promise to be responsible fiscally, but I think that it is really important for us to see this project through if we're going to have it. I think that we need to have it wholeheartedly. I think that we have a responsibility to our constituents to make sure that we're not cutting corners at the 11th hour. I think that in many cases, in previous projects, we have seen corners be cut right before the end of the project. And as Councillor Gardy had mentioned, that was true in GFL, and we still haven't seen the boxes come to fruition. Someone mentioned to me the John Rhodes was cut. A few feet of the pool was cut, and now we can't bid on having Olympic size events here. So I want to be responsible to the constituents and to the people of our city to make sure that this is going to happen wholeheartedly. And so I'm going to support full funding for the plaza tonight. And I think we should all consider that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Dufour.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to offer a few comments. I've already canvassed many questions with Mr. Bear. As I was considering this issue coming back before us, I thought a lot of how similar a situation I felt I was in at the beginning of my first term when Bay Street renovation costs were coming back. And they were coming back increased, I believe, by about $3 million, actually. And so I can really sympathize with Councillor Caputo's position. But when I look back now with the benefit of 4 years of hindsight, all of the kind of community controversy over the renovation of Bay Street has not only subsided, I think you'd be very hard pressed to find people who don't appreciate what a nice job the city did there. I'm also noting that, that mall, the Station Mall, was for sale for quite a long time. And it wasn't until after Bay Street was renovated, until after the city had put their money forward and said, this is an area of our town that is worth investing in, did a private investor come in who, up until, I'm speaking hopefully here, seems to have some ambitious investment plans for that area. That's really going to turn our waterfront into the kind of place that has the potential that we've so often talked about over the years. I have similar hopes for this project. I don't believe it's a panacea for every problem downtown, but I do believe that this is a project worth investing in. And when we see hopefully some private investment pop up around there and hopefully some high density residential, I think we'll look back on it very similar to Bay Street and see the surrounding investments as really justifying the city's upfront cost. So happy to support the full funding in the plaza tonight as well. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Councillor Gardy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think it's important, Tom, Mr. Ver may have mentioned it, but I think it's important to realize the amount of private sector investment that's gone on in the downtown. And over the last several years, Mr. White and your worship, I attentively watched your interview on the budget with Sue today over the weekend, doing a little extra homework. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. White. Mr. White, could you quantify roughly the amount of private sector investment in the downtown over the last 10 years or so? Because I heard you reference it, an approximation in that interview.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Gardy, I know it was in excess of 100 million. However, we have the benefit of the Director of Planning here tonight. We may have a more exact numbers.
Thanks.
I'm putting him on the spot. Because
As I put you on the spot, forgive me, but I remembered that.
And I'll, to explain that, it was information I
He doesn't have to
received
do
from
his
the
homework. Is it
previous.
safe to say it's
planning
tens of millions of dollars of private sector investment in the
Well,
downtown?
certain I recall from a previous council report from, I believe, since 2014. We've tracked over $100 million of investment
Fair enough.
from the private sector.
That's good enough for me. I think we have to invest in our downtown commensurate to the amount of funds that have been invested by the private sector over the last several years, and specifically over the course of the last few years. I think you've seen a lot of improvement to a lot of the businesses downtown and a number of the buildings. You know, I've said this before, and I'll repeat it here. Forgive me those who have heard me say it before, but we're in a very, very competitive market for families and talent. And there are comparator communities close to us geographically who are investing tens upon tens of millions of dollars in their downtown and in their waterfronts. We're at where we're at. And right now I'm looking at the options. I'm looking at option one, the knocking off 221,000, number two, knocking off 71, and number three, not accepting any of the cost reductions in this report. We have an awesome, world-class, in my opinion, natural attractions and amenities at our doorstep. We have to have social infrastructure as well to ensure that we have people who will come to our community to work and to teach our kids and to take care of our young people and to take care of our elderly and work in our hospitals and support our private sector. I'm not in favor of knocking off $71,000 at this point. I believe that we should just proceed with option number three and not to accept any of the cost reductions presented to us. I'm pretty confident option number two is supported around here, around this table. And for $71,000, I'm not sure why anybody would hold out and not support option three. So I'm really, really encouraging my colleagues to just move forward and get this done, as Councillor Caputo had mentioned, right the first time. Thanks.
Councillor Kinnick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make some comments. As Councillor Caputo already stated, we do have 4 new councillors on council. I am one of them. And this is an inherited problem for us. And I would just like to make some comments on the project and the position I feel that we're in as new councillors with the plaza situation. So from my research on the plaza, the original tender started at 6.8 million. And we are getting close to 11 million now with the budgeting. Requests came from staff continuously over when it was tendered until now, until last meeting and this meeting again, to increase the budget, and they've all been supported every time we've been through. They've been brought before council. Unfortunately, this time, when we asked them to go back and review the budget, and they found us $70,000 in savings, which I would see acceptable. That's less than 1% of the total project that we're going to be able to save at this point, which I'm not sure if it's going to be worth it, losing this, the elements that they're saying, the lighting. It will be aesthetically pleasing and might add to the downtown ambience and culture downtown. What I do and how I'm going to vote today, I will probably be supporting the full budget, but I would like to note, and for the new councilors as well, after this, we are going to be voting on the budget, and we should be looking for savings after that in there, because this is an unacceptable cost for the taxpayers. So unfortunately, if we are going to support this project, which there's no point not supporting it at this point, we're almost done, we have to find savings somewhere else in the city budget tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand how staff, what position staff is in. We asked staff to come back with some type of report on a reduction, 71,000. It seems like everybody's going to go for option 2. Myself, I don't believe that is very substantial savings in this project. I was looking at a lot more coming in. Obviously, I guess the ice surface is a pet peeve of mine because I don't think it's required at this location. And really, the ice surface is what's causing us or causing council's problems with the budget. So I'll be very, very short. I will not vote for this. And I do agree with Councillor Kinnick that we have other budget issues that we have to worry about. As representing a taxpayer, I think we must represent taxpayers because they're the ones that vote us in. I haven't received very much communication from our taxpayers to say that they're all in favor of this plaza. And I'm going to continue voting against it until the cost of the plaza is reduced somehow. But 71,000 does not cut it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Bruni. Anyone else? Is it a question or a comment?
It's just a.
Okay, well, we're not going to go back to that. Okay. Okay, well, seeing none, I'll provide my thoughts. This is, we can't, we don't have the option of stopping at this point. It is, 40%, 50% built. We've got committed costs for a significant amount of the balance of the expenses with either our contractors or our suppliers. So we can't simply say, we don't have the luxury of saying, as much as perhaps I would like to, cut the rest of this amount out, the 660,000. We have asked staff to bring back options, and they brought back the 3 options that are before us. Spend the entire amount that would get the project done to the full build out is what of what was initially approved by the last council. Reduce 71,000, and a number of those changes are cost reductions that Public Works is taking on their own. And then the final one, which is to remove the stage as well as that 71,000. So a total of $221,000 in savings. I think Councillor Caputo's right in that past examples of projects where critical features of it were removed at the last minute always leave the community with the if only proposition. If only they had built the extra boxes at the GFL. If only our pool was a couple feet longer. If only, and we hear this one a lot, the soccer pitches at the West End Community Center, the Northern Community Center were that much bigger. We could host this program or that program or this tournament or that tournament. So at this point, I think we are committed to the stage. So I don't think that is a realistic option. That being said, I think the message needs to come from council that we have reached the limit of what we are willing to spend on this. And for that reason, and the fact that a number of the $71,000 items are simply things that Public Works is going to do anyways, we're not removing anything that will change the plaza concept, whether we use paver stones or concrete around the splash pad is not going to substantially affect what's going on at the plaza. Whether there's lighting under the steps or it's just overhead lighting is not going to substantially affect what's going on at the plaza. If we remove the stage, we are going to substantially affect what's going on at the plaza and the ability to activate it. But I think that we do have to send the message that we are not going to agree with further cost overruns. And for that reason, I would support option 2, which removes the 71,000 from the budget. I would hope that council will as well. But given that we have a blank on the motion, we'll need someone to put an option forward. Councillor Hollingsworth.
I will support putting it forward in option 2.
Okay. Councillor Spina is going to second that. Can we have, we're going to take a straw vote at this point because we're still in committee of the whole, but I will ask you all to raise your hands in support of that option. If that fails, then we'll move to whatever someone else wants to move in second. So, what does the resolution read in that case, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Actually, I have pasted each of those items in. So it's resolved that the report of the Deputy CAO Community Development and Enterprise Services dated February 13, 2023 concerning downtown plaza be received and that the following be approved. Remove miscellaneous curves on north end of site, 10,499. Remove unit pavers from exterior rink banding, 18,324. City Public Works install play structure, 10,000. Remove reed lighting feature, 5,000. Remove stair lighting, 22,500. Remove metal guide rail, 5,000 for a total of 71,323.
Councillor Gardy.
So, like, we have the options before us. You said we were going to do a straw poll and your suggestion, you just like the straw poll and the 3 suggestions, and then you can go with one. Like,
Yeah, I think the option 2 was the one that was advanced. I suspect if it passes, then it passes. If not, then someone else will have to advance option 1 or option 3. Okay. So we are really voting on option 2 at this point. So can I have a show of hands who supports option 2? 4. Okay, not enough support for that. So do I have someone that wants to put forward another option? Councillor Venezuela.
3, please. Option
3. Councillor Gardy will second that, I suspect. Okay. So we have a vote on that. Who supports option 3? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also not enough votes for that one. Anyone willing to put forward option? What was the first one? Option 1. No. Okay. That leaves staff with no direction to proceed at all. They don't have any extra money.
I wasn't paying attention. Did everybody vote for all 3 options? Did everybody vote in the straw polls?
I believe there are votes against both options because they would not, my suspicion is that they do not support increasing the budget at all. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. Luckily, we're still in committee of the whole, so we can try and resolve this once we rise from committee of the whole. But if there is not a majority on either option, staff does not have a direction to proceed with any additional funds. More debate and deliberations is how we fix that. Yes, Councillor Gard.
Politely and civilly and in the spirit of cooperation, asking any of the people who considered the 71 option 2 to come over to option 3, and let's not hold this up for $71,323. Come over to option number 3, option 3 from option 2.
Okay, we've got a convert on option 2. Councillor Caputo.
I have a,
I'm asking if there's anybody who asked, who's supporting 2. Come to option 3.
Okay, so we've got option 3 on the floor again.
Okay.
If Councillor Gardy's suggestion is the priority one, which I'll deem it to be.
I have a
Councillor Caputo.
suggestion. Can we maybe put forward a motion where PW still does the work that PW is going to do and take the savings of whatever is not covered by PW?
I see Larry saying yes from Public Works. Tom?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So that would result in a reduction of the play infrastructure, 10,000, and the guardrail, 5,000. So that would be $15,000.
So that's option 4. All right, well, let's take a vote on that option 4. If you're content, Councillor Gardy, that takes precedence over your suggestion. All right, so do we have a vote on, does everyone know what we're talking about right now, Councillor? Okay. Councillor Spina? Councillor Spina?
Sorry, thank
There we
you.
go.
I just want to be clear what the proposal was here. Was the proposed savings $15,000 at this point in time?
That's right.
Okay.
I suspect this probably has enough votes to carry, so I'm just doing some math in my head here, but the option before us is that Councillor Caputo has suggested, accept all of the option, accept only 2 of the optional savings. Sorry, my report is closed. So accept the savings of 10,000 for the city public works to install the play structure, and accept savings of the metal guard rail at a savings of 5,000. That's what's currently before us. You're raising your hand to vote? Okay, so let's gauge support on this. If folks want to support this, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Passes.
So we'll do that motion
We'll do
once we're
that.
out of,
Official motion in open council. Or in,
out
yeah,
of committee.
out of committee of the whole. So that brings us to even more fun in the capital budget deliberations. Councilor, Mr. CAO.
Just to advise, Mr. Mayor, members of council, the one amendment that would need to happen to the capital budget, which finance is prepared to do, is deferring the Bellevue Dock A to be the source of funding for the additional funds on the plaza. So that one would be the amendment. We would look to then do the Bellevue Dock A either with funding that may become available during the year, such as at surplus time if we have a surplus, or potentially other funding that we receive. Other than that, we can open up the entire capital budget for consideration at this time.
Okay. So, council, I'm open to, this is my first budget that I'm chairing, so I'm not real used to the process, but open to your questions on the capital budget. I will go by hand raised. So, Councillor Bruni.
Do we just start right from the beginning, like each department? Are we looking at, we're just on capital? Okay, so I won't start first.
Okay.
My apologies. I was looking at departmental or divisional.
For councils, perhaps it would assist us. I've got a resolution drafted on the capital budget that I'd like to put forward. The mayor's not typically allowed to put resolutions forward, but because we're in committee of the whole, it doesn't require a mover and a seconder. It is to remove the inflationary adjustment in the capital works budget for 2023. And that would be a savings from my math of $523,983. And all of the motions, I've got a number of motions here, mostly are operational, but all of the motions I've drafted have been through significant back and forth with the CFO and the CAO. And this was perhaps, I'll get Shelley to explain it better than I, but essentially because of the inflationary costs of asphalt work and things of that nature going up this year more than in past years, staff added an inflationary adjustment to the capital budget. But we also have some new provincial funding that's guaranteed over the next several years. We also have cost underruns in other projects that have resulted in additional monies to be able to feed our next year's capital budget. So I think there is a need to adjust our inflationary costs at some point. I just don't believe it needs to be done this year because we have a significantly increased capital budget already. This is just going to increase it that much more. So if my recollection is correct, Mr. CAO, we're going from a $36 million to a $46 million capital budget this year. All this would remove. So last year's was 36 million. This year's would be 46 million. This would remove 523,000 of that amount.
To you, Mr. Mayor, yes, although I'll just ask that either the CFO or Mr. Facey just weigh in so that council fully understands the impact of this.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. If council were to decide to remove the capital inflation, it would remove approximately 432,000 from the road resurfacing program and within the 2023 capital budget. It would also reduce the annual allocations to the public works fleet and transit fleet for 84,200 and 16,600 respectively.
For a total of 523,983.
Correct.
Okay. Councillor Dufour.
So just to clarify, the majority of these funds would come out of the resurfacing budget then?
That's correct.
And what's the current resurfacing budget? What would be left for resurfacing at that point? If memory serves me correct, the resurfacing budget every year is somewhere around 700,000. So we would be taking out about 45% of the resurfacing budget of an otherwise 1.3 million resurfacing budget. Am I? my math
Mr.
straight?
Facey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the various roads resurfacing in the 2023 budget is $4.6 million. So it'd be reduced by the 423. Can't remember the exact number I just gave, but 427. So it dropped to just over $4 million, 4.1, 4.2.
I think the number you're thinking of is the miscellaneous paving contrast.
Miscellaneous paving, yeah, sorry, that's why I was getting confused. Thanks for the clarification.
Anyone else on this particular reduction? So again, we don't have to vote necessarily formally on each one of these, but do I have a show of hands for who would support removing the 523 from the capital budget? Okay, looks like support for that. Any other councillors with questions specific to the capital budget? Okay. That was my only one on the capital budget as well. So unless there are other questions. Yes, Councillor Dufour.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Johnson. For the bunker gear replacement, has your service considered following other services and donating some of the used gear to firefighters in Ukraine?
To you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Dufour, we're actually in the process of looking into that right now, but yes, the gear that's expired could still be used in overseas, and we're going to look at sending it there.
Great news, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Wade.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, if there's nothing else on the capital budget, staff will prepare a formal resolution that we'll deal with after committee of the whole.
Councilor Vezalon.
Thank you. Sometimes I don't get noticed because I'm a little lower to the ground.
I've got the same problem.
I know. This is for Ms. Shell or Mr. Facey. I just want to discuss the relocation downtown terminal project costs, the 5.6 and change that's still in under the CDSE capital summary. Could you just give us a overview of the determination of that? Because that's still a project that is, up in the air, so to speak. So just some rationale where you came with that number, whether it's a refurbishment of the current location or going to Huron Street. Thank you.
I suspect, is it Mr. Lamming that's going to?
Or Mr. Lamming, like wherever.
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bezoal, and yes, after we spoke last on this topic, we went back through with the consultants and we put a robust budget in place. It's now before Investing in Canada and Infrastructure Fund for approval. So once that comes back, we'll bring that information back to council and then plot a path forward on that. And that's with respect to the relocation at Huron Street.
And how much is the granting potential for through the Investment in Canada Fund, Mr. Lamming?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councilor Bezoal, and that's 73%.
Okay, so that 5.6, even though we're showing it in the capital budget, a vast majority of that could be covered off through the Investment in Canada Fund.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councilor Bezoal, and that's correct. And when you back that out, we're actually at our due city share of 846,000. We typically spend 1.1 million, so we'd be under by a few hundred thousand, typically what we normally spend in a year.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, Councilor Vezalon. Councilor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Lamming. Can you just comment on two items? You have accessible vans and you have the low floor parabus. Can you elaborate when you mean accessible vans? Is that for those that have disabilities, or can you define exactly what that is?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Hollingsworth. Yes, we had in the 2022 budget 6 accessible vans. This will allow us to further expand that and or get the accessible vans or community buses. This will allow us to get into more areas that we can't get into right now and really allow us to expand our on-demand initiative and provide better service.
Oh, okay, so it's kind of building on top of the pilot program or on the demand busing strategy that we've been doing.
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bezoal, or Councilor Hollingsworth. That's correct.
Okay, and then the low floor parabus, does that mean that you are looking at buying another parabus or replacing the current parabus? Can you explain?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councilor Hollingsworth, that's to replace old aging infrastructure. We've come a long way on our conventional. We want to make sure that our paratransit fleet is doing the same.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, right now, currently we have one or more parabuses. How many parabuses do we have?
You, Mr. Mayor to Councilor Hollingsworth, we have 11 parabuses.
11, okay. Thank you.
Councilor Kinnick.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Lamming. Could you elaborate on what is the infrastructure modifications for electric buses? What does that entail?
To Mr. Mayor to Councilor Kinnick. Yes, if you're talking about the $450,000, that's the conversion, the upgrades that are required for the electric buses. Charging stations are approximately $150,000 each, so we need a number of those and the supporting infrastructure that make up that total. As you know, at last council, 2022, we purchased one electric bus and we're waiting for that unit to be approved to arrive.
Okay. So with the electric bus, have we done any preliminary calculations, how much that's going to save us in fuel costs or anything like that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor and Council Kinnick, yes, I have provided that in prior council reports. I'd be happy to provide that information to you on the GHG reduction and things of that sort.
Thank you, Councillor Kinnick. Anyone else on capital budget questions? Okay. Seeing none, is the motion drafted or are we going to wait till the end?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we will wait until we come out of the committee of the whole for the formal resolution on the capital budget.
Okay.
We can now move to the operating budget considerations.
Councillor Bruni, I see your hand.
No, just a question
Yes.
regarding your resolution of the reduction of the 523,000. What would be on the tax levy now? The calculations percentage wise.
Mr. Facey?
Reduction of 523,000, change 524,000 reduces the city share from 3.95 to 3.54.
3.5, so 0.39 or something like that.
3 point, I'm sorry.
3.54, I believe, is the new number we're working with.
Okay. Okay,
So
thanks.
we're moving on to the operational budget, and you were the first one with your hand up in any event, Councillor Bruni, so I'm going to stick with you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I got a list of departments here. I just go one by one and, well, just asking, what do you want to do?
Yeah, we can do that. I similarly have a number of motions here for reduction, so I'm wondering how to, I mean, if we deal with these, that might resolve some of the questions. So
Maybe
I'm
we'll do that first.
thinking maybe we'll put these forward. Three separate motions, three motions on operational changes, reductions.
You want me to help you out here?
Thank you. Council, there are three of them there. And I will explain my rationale on all three. I'll start with the deferral of the operational costs for 2023 for the Manzo splash pad. So after some back and forth deliberations, we suspect that the season for the Manzo splash pad, once built, will be short, if not non-existent. So my proposal is that while we expect that the Manzo splash pad will be constructed and completed this year, I do not believe that we'll need any significant operational funds for this year. So the proposal is to defer the operational increase to next year's budget so that we can operate it fully in 2024. And I'll let Councillor Vizwell ask.
It's be mainly due to savings in terms of utility costs and staffing costs and maintenance.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Councillor Gardy. Just for the microphone.
Could I just get a sense of what staff's thinking in terms of a completion date-ish to whomever?
Mr. Lammy?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Gardy, yes, we're in the process of getting very close to issue the tender right now in hopes of construction in spring through the summer. So in best case scenario, we're looking into summer. So that's why the suggestion was made.
Yep, thank you.
And the savings, since only the council has the motion, is 115,000 for this year, which would be back in the preliminary budget next year.
True. But So we don't think it'll be operational at all, or it could be operational.
It may be, there may be some season of operation. The council would have to decide at that point if it wanted to use surplus funds or reserve to fund the operations of it this year. Any other questions on that particular one? Councilor Duco?
Yeah, is there a breakdown on like the monthly cost that, or any costs that would be incurred just on that startup to make sure everything works? And if it makes it, I'm totally on board with your suggestion. It just makes a bit of sense to me if maybe we left $15,000 or $20,000 there to ensure that potentially if things are completed, that they can turn it on for those last few weeks and get them to the point where they can bring us a report and we can look at options. I don't know what staff's thought is there. Is that something that's not needed?
Mr. Cedar?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour. As the mayor indicated, I think when we look at doing some nominal operations, hopefully post construction, we can look at funding that a little differently from either reserve or at that time we'll have a good idea where we are year to date. So I think we can probably absorb it within rather than changing the amount we would defer right now.
That makes perfect sense. Thanks.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
I'm also supporting what you're suggesting, but just out of curiosity, since this is not totally done yet, and I know our staff is excellent at finding money, doing grants, are there any outstanding grant applications that are right there now for this splash pad that we may be successful on? Are there any outstanding grant applications?
Mr. Lyman?
Councillor Hollingsworth, as you know, our staff keeps our ear pretty close to the ground, and Ms. McLeod's here tonight. I'm sure she's hearing you loud and clear, and we'll keep an eye out for anything that comes forward.
Okay, she is very good at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bruni?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess a question to you regarding your resolution. Yeah, it's 42,000, but their projected operating budget is 180,000. Am I correct?
You're looking at the next one, Councillor Bruni. We're talking about the 115,000 on the Manzo splash pad at the moment.
Oh, my apologies.
You're giving away the plot of the next one.
Sorry.
Any on the Manzo splash pad, Councillor Bruni?
No.
Okay. Anyone else on the Manzo? Oh, Councillor Spina?
Thank you. Sorry, just a quick question to build on what Councillor Dufour asked. I am in support of doing this. And I think Councillor Dufour's question was, could we have a contingency fund to do some testing and whatnot at the end of the year? Is that not already built into the project plan, or can it be built into the tender as it goes out? You're saying it's getting ready to go for tender. Can we not build that in so that we're not incurring those costs later in the year? Let's realize the full savings rather than building that fund.
Mr. Laming?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, we can put that as part of the requirement when the tender is issued, and if the tender comes in as a separate price option, because of that, we can identify that to council at that time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Could I clarify on that point? The testing and the making sure that it functions properly would be part of the tender regardless, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Thought so.
Thank you.
Councillor Spina, anything else?
No, that's what I was getting at. So thank you.
Councillor Scott, did I see your hand go up? Oh, no. Ah, okay. So could I have a straw vote on the deferral of this item? Okay, looks like that has support. The next one, Councillor Bruni mentioned it, but is the deferral of part of the downtown plaza operational cost for 2023. This number was gotten to by staff after looking at the annual operations of the plaza, the expected completion date of the plaza and the opening and the season that will be left. And from the entire amount of, I think it was 180,000 for the entire year, it was determined that 42,000 of that could reasonably be deferred into the 2024 budget, similar to the Manzo splash pad, so that next year we have a full operating budget. But for this year, we have the operating budget that reflects the actual anticipated operating cost. Mr. White, anything to add on that?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just for clarity, there was already some funding in the operating that was put in last year. So what the 180 is in addition to that. So a full year's operation is more in the 220 to 230,000 range. That's why you may look at just the 40,000 reduction as being not really prorated for it, but it is in fact prorating it to a 6-month operation.
Okay. Any questions on this one, Councillor Hollingsworth?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Vare. Again, when are you hoping that this downtown plaza might be finished?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Hollingsworth, end of July, early August is our anticipated opening date.
Okay, so end of July, early August. So maybe it's safe to put some wiggle room in that. It's probably going to be August, depending on our weather. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Spina?
Thank you. Just a quick question. I guess it may relate to all of these, and this would be directed to Mr. Vare, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Vare. I don't want to see us kick the can down the road, so to speak. I don't want to see us save money now to pay it later with no plan to recoup this or no plan to have an ROI on these investments. So when we're looking at these costs and deferring them to the next year, what is our plan, or can you tell me what our plan is to recover some of those costs so that we're not incurring a $200,000+ operating cost on this? I mean, part of the reason I ask this is, you know, the citizens of our community have been very clear. They've reached their limit with the spending on this. So I want to make sure that we're responsible moving forward. And I don't want to pass that cost, so to speak, to 2024. So is there a way to ensure that we're going to recoup those costs moving forward?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, the costs, the operational costs really cover the utilities, the water, the staffing that's required at the plaza, the security, et cetera. So while there will be events and some revenue that can come in from different events at the plaza site, we wanted to be conservative at the opening to get a sense of what those revenues could be before we were able to come back with a firm number and what the revenue will be. I think it's going to take a few years to get the plaza up and running and get the activities happening, and we want to make sure we have sufficient funds to carry through the operations and do it successfully.
Okay, so front end investments so that we can realize those savings later on. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on this particular aspect or this particular motion? Okay, so seeing none, could I get some indication of support on this one? All right. Mr. Facey? Yeah, I saw a nodding head there, so I think we can.
Through you, Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Mayor, the city share is now 3.42%, originally from 3.95 with the 3 amendments so far.
Okay. Councillor Hollingsworth?
Can you repeat that number?
3.42% for the city share. If you'd like, I can share my screen just to show what I'm showing.
Yeah, we're used to that.
that'd be
Shell did that last year. Adding to that comment, 3.42, can we also see what the levy board is so we can see the overall amount?
So
2.03?
Yeah, 2.02. So the total would be 2.02 plus whatever I show on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We took a vote on that. So that brings us to the last one. Change the deficit projection for the cemetery for 2023. There was significant back and forth on this, believe it or not, probably undue back and forth for the savings that will be realized. But after substantial effort, we believe, or staff believes, after some back and forth changes on this, that a realistic projection change in revenues is $50,000 in revenues, provided they bring us back a report on cost savings before some point in September. So I've got September 1, 2023 here. We have every year for the last 3 years been growing the shortfall in our cemetery operations. So meaning more cemetery operations are supported by the general tax base. However, cremation trends have been increasing. So there is the potential for increased revenue there. what we're going to ask staff through this report is to come back to us with options on cost recoveries. But we are essentially, if we accept this, committing that we have to accept an option that saves $50,000 at least. Hopefully, we get to an option that saves us substantially more than that. And, you know, maybe gets us to a full cost recovery as it has historically been. But this is to change a shortfall projection in the budgeted shortfall from 379,000, which we're projecting to have to spend on cemetery operations this year from the general tax base, to 329,000. So anything to add to that, Mr. White?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to you and council. As we've noted, we will be doing a thorough review of cemetery operations and how it's funded and how it's costed, and bring back a fulsome report to council on what can be done to manage the levy impact that we're now seeing with cemetery operations. So it is, there are a lot of moving parts to an assessment like that. So we do want to do it as a thorough report for you, and it will be likely a combination of a lot of things that sees us move forward. Staff does feel comfortable committing, though, to the $50,000 figure that we can make the adjustment to now, because we believe we can post that to revenue we receive for cremations, because that has been trending upward significantly. So with what we budgeted for in revenue that way and what we're actually experiencing, we are confident that we can achieve that, and we can make that material change to the budget tonight without presupposing what we bring as a report later on.
Any questions on that? Could we have a vote on that savings? Okay. So I think there's also a staff report on some savings that are recommended. And I think that's the next logical thing is to go through that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and or to you and council, I did have a report on the addendum noting some potential areas that we could further reduce the levy. You have taken care of the one potential one, which is removing the annual capital inflation allocation. There are three other items. There are two that are directly for us and that we do recommend. One is changing the way we're dealing with the retired debt for our street lighting, move to LED street lights and directed to levy reduction, which would see the levy reduced by $429,220. We also recommend increasing the casino revenue by $100,000 as we move post-pandemic. The revenue from the casino is recovering, and we think that is something that can easily be put in the budget. We also note that the police services has identified savings on their side of the budget of $202,000. Now that is something that gets applied to the levy board side of the equation, but obviously a material reduction to the overall levy increase. So for those council, that's we recommend adding those to your list, and maybe if the mayor can get it, if there's questions on it, you can ask the questions. If not, you can give a signal of your support for those recommendations.
Councillor Gardner? Oh, you're supporting. Councillor Dufour, sorry, you did have your hand up, Councillor Dufour.
I'm thumbs up on this stuff, and then I had one other item to move once we dealt with this.
Okay, Councillor Scott, did you have questions? Okay, so let's just take a vote. Did you have a question, Councillor Vincent? Okay, we're taking a vote. All right, so we accept those reductions. I don't know about you guys, but I can't see the screens very well from here. Any chance we can make the font bigger? There we go. Councillor Kinnick's younger than me, so maybe he could see it better. 2.97, is that what we're at right now? Okay, so Councillor Dufour, you had questions, or actually,
I had
I did.
reductions.
Oh, you have reductions. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
To put forward anyways. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. One of my proposals, I don't have your lovely printed out motions here, but it is a motion to reduce our levy allocation for the EDF budget. The EDF budget has a $500,000 yearly levy allocation that has existed for quite a number of years, I believe, for the city of Sault Ste. Marie. That economic development fund is the purpose of the fund is in order to fund economic diversification in Sault Ste. Marie. When I have kind of looked back on my time in council, certainly the fund has done a lot of good work. We've seen generational investments from that fund into important employers like Tenaris and into our post-secondary institutions, which are real anchors of our community like Sioux College and Algoma University. When I look around at the landscape of the funding that's available to businesses in Sault Ste. Marie to expand, to diversify, one of the things that I noticed is that with NOHFC, there's a lot of room for our community, I think, to do better as I kind of follow along on the funding announcements that the province is putting out. I think there's room there for an expansion of what Sault Ste. Marie is seeing flowing back into our community. And as well, since the EDC operations were moved under the city of Sault Ste. Marie, there still is another EDC reserve out there too. My larger point here is that I believe for economic development, our city is still very well served and has experienced a lot of significant investment over the last 2 years. When I look to the next 4 years of our term, in my opinion, some of the biggest elements that will be affecting our economic viability relate to assessment growth, housing supply growth, and construction starts, with specific attention to the value that's created by repeated investment in established neighborhoods like our downtown. So I'm offering this up as a reduction with some supplemental items in mind that I believe address that core concern of mine. But because of our order of operations here, I want to submit this as a reduction first, and then in supplemental, I'll be advancing my argument for the items that I believe will help advance our housing starts, our housing affordability, and driving investment in the neighborhoods where we're going to see the most valuable on our assessment side of the ledger. So I'm putting forward that decrease to the EDF budget. There's some more information that Mr. Bear has about what our current balances are and any upcoming asks that can come. And I would ask Mr. Bear to speak to the viability of the fund should a reduction occur. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Mr. Bear, did you have the information that Councillor Dufour is looking for there?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to I guess council. We do have currently in the queue projects we expect to come this year that would total about 1.3 million. I think I had indicated 1.2 initially to Councillor Dufour. There's been a new project that comes through. Obviously, with some of the larger asks, what we do is try and spread those out over multiple years, but that is kind of the current landscape that we see coming in for 2023s. And I'm just trying to get to my email, sorry, with the current balance of the EDF. I'll get that for you just one second. Thank you. January 30th, you said? PDF balance. Here we go. Okay, so after the approval on the Memorial Cup bid on January 9th for $300,000, there's $755,000 available in the current EDF balance. And that includes all the approved commitments.
Council, are there questions on this? Councillor Bezuel.
Thank you. So Tom, the 755 does not include any new projects that are coming up in 2023, correct? You said that you have 1.3 that potentially could be approved?
Through you, Ms. Mayor, to Councillor Venezuela, that's correct.
Okay. And my other question is for Michelle. Michelle, the Memorial Cup bid for the 300,000, those funds will only become available if the Greyhound organization is successful. Not that I'm trying to be, bad news here, only if they're successful in their bid. Otherwise, we do not have to honor that $300,000.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bezer Allen, you are correct. And if I recall from the presentation, I think it was around the end of March that we should have notification on that. So we will know shortly whether or not that 300,000 will be available. On top of what Tom has also said is in the EDF, the allocation, which hasn't been indicated at this point in the 2023 budget, is 500,000 for everybody's awareness.
Okay. My only other question is to you, Tom. So when we award an organization the fund, do they get the funds all at once, or is it, here's 50% up front, start your project, do the report, then you get the final when the project's completed? How does the funding mechanism work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Venezuela, and typically it is a claims-based process. So actually the proponent has to spend the entire project amount, pay the invoices, and then they submit a claim afterwards.
So it's 100% reimbursement?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Councillor Spina.
Thank you. Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Vare. Sorry, I just want to make sure I have the numbers correct. So based on, I think with what you and Ms. Shell indicated, when all liabilities are paid out, there's 1.3 million there?
Sorry, there's 755,000 currently in the reserve. We would typically have $500,000 put in each year to top it up. So we would have 1.2 million in 2023 if we continued on our current as typical.
And if we don't put in the 500, we're at 755.
Correct.
And that's after all liabilities are paid.
Yeah, that money would be free and clear to be used. And that's where I was pointing out right now in the queue, we've got 1.3 million of requests that we believe will be coming to council in 2023.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Dufour.
Cutting it all the way.
Yeah, Councillor Dufour is proposing $100,000 reduction in the $500,000 annual amount, not bringing it down to zero. Councillor Caputo, did you have?
So just to be clear, so that normally the 500,000 is allocated and has not been accessed fully.
That's right. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo. Yes, over a number of years, there's been amounts that have been left over that carry over into a reserve fund.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on this item? I had the benefit of sitting down with Councillor Dufour last week to go over his proposed additions to the budget, and which I support, and he's proposing to partially pay for them at least with this reduction. I prefer to pay for them a different way. I think that the EDF budget is one of our most critical attraction tools and expansion tools for our businesses. I'm not going to give away what he's proposing to add in, but I think we would be better to pay for any increases that Councillor Dufour is proposing through by phasing those budget amounts in over a couple of years and using a reserve to pay for them this year than we would be to reduce the economic development fund. I understand his point that it's it's been tapped for generational investment, and that the needs will probably be diminished from a economic development standpoint over the course of this term, because Algoma is on stable footing, Naris is on stable footing, and our university and college have already used a good chunk of it over the last term. But personally, I think that the EDF should grow, and this would be headed in the wrong direction. So I support the savings or the cost proposals he's going to add to the budget, but I think we can get there in a different way without having to reduce our economic development fund. So I'm not going to support this. But I don't think that changes the ultimate outcome of how we get to where you want to get to. Councillor Hollingsworth?
Thank you. Just out of curiosity, through you, Mayor, to maybe Shelley Shell, this particular fund and many other funds, is this invested into like an interest bearing? I mean, again, money we don't use, I'm assuming it's earning interest.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Hollingsworth, yes, we have a short-term investment policy where we invest less than 2 years, and it's laddered for different terms and cashability. As well, we have a fairly good interest rate on our bank account as well.
Okay, thank you. And another question through you, Mayor, to Ms. Shelley Shell. You mentioned the interest rates. Has this one, or is it fair to ask this question, have we negotiated recently because interest rates have changed? Like, can you give me an idea if many of them have now benefited from the higher interest rates?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Hollingsworth, yes, as our short-term investments mature, they're going into new short-term investments, which are at the much higher rates because of the increase in the Bank of Canada rates, et cetera.
Okay, and can you give me an idea if it's hypothetically we're at 50% of our funds have gone to higher interest rates, 70%? I know they're always maturing at different times.
It really varies because our cash balance varies. So we keep a certain percentage and a target that we try to put into our short-term investments, and the rest we leave liquid in our bank account. And like I said, we do have a good balance in that. There will be an investment report coming to council in over the next couple of meetings. It's annual reporting to show how much interest we'd earned in the previous year.
Okay, thank you.
You're
That's all.
Anyone else on this item? Councillor Bezoil.
I would just like to say this is a difficult budget year, and I appreciate looking at the savings. And I support the $100,000 reduction. I think the fact that we have $755,000 in reserve, and if we add another 400, that would more than fund the potential requests, which do go through multi-years. And as well, the 300,000 that we have committed to the Greyhound Association, we don't know if that's going to be realized or not. So I think for us to be prudent, especially knowing that there is a robust fund there, that we allocate that $100,000 reduction for the EDF coming forward for 2023.
Thank you, Councillor Bezoil. And anyone else? Councillor Gardy, I'm going to go to first.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate the intent. I'm kind of the same thinking as you, and I'm confident that you're going to bring forward a couple of things that are going to address it. So at this point, I'm not in favor of reducing the EDF.
Thanks, Councillor Gardy. I'll come back to you, Councillor Dufour. I just want to be sure that have we got everybody? Okay, Councillor Dufour.
Yeah, the intent with some of the other items that I'm looking at would have been also to put that levy allocation back later in the term into the EDF. So I see it more as a temporary measure.
Understood. Okay, so can we have a vote on the reduction of the EDF? Those in favor of it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those opposed? Okay, that does not carry. There was one that I missed, Council, and I don't have it printed for some reason, but there was, after some back and forth with the CAO and the CFO, a proposed reduction of 50,000 in the travel and training budget globally for the corporation. And that was based on first it was based on an 8-year trend, and then we took out the COVID years. So it was really based on a 5-year trend, which I think included 2015 to 2019 and then 2022, or I could be mistaken about those years. But generally speaking, we have over budgeted and underspent in travel and training for a significant number of years, and reducing the travel and training budget as a whole by 50,000 would not have a significant impact on our ability to travel and train. Is that about accurate, Mr. White?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Now, there was another $50,000 reduction last year. So that would total $100,000 reduction over 2 years. Couple of important notes. Not all travel is related to training. There's travel such as tourism and EDC staff going to trade shows and industry events. Travel where we have to send staff to a factory where we're getting very specialized equipment to come back so that they can sign off on it. Also, not all travel and training is tied to funding that affects the levy. So you will have, for instance, our tourism travel is mainly funded through the municipal accommodation tax. So a reduction there does not affect the levy. So staff do feel that we can manage the $50,000 reduction for this year, and we'll see how it goes. And if it does cause us challenges, we'll be back with a supplementary next year.
Councillor Caputo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to CAO White, if challenges are realized this year, how is there a way to address them rather than not having the training potentially done, or will this affect, like, could this potentially affect training for 2023?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, the $50,000 target, we don't think will materially affect travel and training for this year. That we've chosen that figure and we think it's a figure we can live with and not materially affect it.
Okay, I just think travel is really important. I'd love to see the municipality expand, and I think like going to other places and seeing what they're doing and having the best training is always the best practice. But if staff think that we can afford the 50,000, then I support it.
Council, anyone else on this item? Councillor Hollington.
I just want to say I support this.
Thank you. Okay, so seeing no other questions, vote on supporting the reduction. Okay, that carries. Anyone else with proposed reductions? Okay. Councillor Hollington.
Through you, Mayor, I just want to ask a clarification question to Ms. Shell. Michelle, you have listed to us in the past so many different reserve funds that we can tap into. Can you educate me further on the reserve fund with regards to building permits? I believe there is an excessive amount in that area. What is that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, that is actually a legislated allowed reserve fund. Actually, Freddie Plazabon is here and he could probably speak to a bit more about what they use that reserve. The bottom line is that it's to balance out the years where we don't have the permit revenue. So it's more of a sustainability factor. But if you want further information, I think Mr. Plazabon would be best to answer.
Thank you. Is that fair? Is that okay?
Yeah, Mr. Plazabon's here. He's, yeah, absolutely.
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. That fund was created through the legislation of the municipal housing affairs to support building divisions in the downturn during downturn of construction. And what ends up happening is, because we carry a lot of outstanding permits that span over 5 to sometimes 10 years, we need that revenue to maintain staff levels.
Okay. So do you know approximately how much is in that reserve right now?
I believe right now it's 1.2 million.
Okay. So in your opinion, in the past, when was the last time we used, let's say, 80% of that reserve fund? Have we used even over 50% of that reserve fund for the so-called down times?
I don't. It's been 7 years that we haven't had any money in the reserve. This is the first time in 7 years that we've actually accumulated funds in that reserve.
First time in 7 years, we actually have a positive.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. So in your opinion, it sounds like you would not be entertaining the idea of taking some of that money and allocate it elsewhere, or can we take some of that money and allocate it elsewhere? Or are we by legislature asked to keep it with you?
Legislation dictates you have to keep it with the building division.
Okay, so therefore we can't use it to offset any of our levies, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. I think it makes probably the most sense to go through general questions like what Councillor Hollingsworth's asking here before we get into the additions, so that everyone can have a good understanding of what they may want to add and may not want to add. And then we'll go through the additions / supplementary list at that time. So are there any general questions, Councillor Gardy?
And it's just for my own kind of education here, 4 years in. But through you, Mr. Mayor. So when I look at, and I tried to pull it up, but I keep freezing here a bit. When I look at the requests as it relates to public works and the vehicle purchases specifically, right? That's coming out of a reserve fund, correct?
CFO Shell?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Gardy. As part of our long-term debt strategy,
Yeah.
anytime we have debt servicing that is retired, we put it to the asset management for future capital requirements or future debt needs. So that's where we're looking to utilize the amount for the public works. But with the change that council has approved, taking the street lighting out of there, we don't have the same amount of debt servicing available that's been retired in the asset management plan. So that amount actually will have to change to $330,000. It just extends the time
Yeah, no,
period out that we
yeah.
have to, that we pay it.
Okay, I get it. When it comes to the list of equipment, for lack of a better word of saying it, that is underneath in the part of the budget for public works as it relates to say landfill operations and stuff like that, right? That is paid for, and it is not, it doesn't affect this year's levy per se, or does it? So there's like $900,000 for some kind of compactor or some sort of, I'm trying to get a sense of like how much this impacts and how desperately needed it is.
So
quite
through you,
frankly.
Mr. Mayor, to
Yeah.
Councillor Gardy, there's different funding streams for different
Right.
types of equipment. So for the landfill, for instance, that's part of the B&I plan that we put, that Susan does. She can probably provide more information on that and the capital that's required and funded through that. There's also sanitary sewer fees, which fund any kind of fleet for that, which is, both of those are outside of the equipment that Public Works needs for their general fleet. But Susan, do you have something to add to that?
Certainly, our experience with all of our landfill equipment, that's one of the most harshest environments, and certainly feedback that we receive from our equipment suppliers and those that help us maintain this. It's definitely an essential item there.
Essentially kind of what I was asking.
Thanks, Councillor Gardy. Other questions on the generally on the operating budget, Councillor Bruni?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the CAO. By looking at the budget, the materials and the supplies and the fuel and the utilities are up drastically. What did staff use to have this increase? Like some areas you're looking at 10, 12%. I'm just wondering, was it overestimated? And can those estimates drop by a couple percent or so? I mean, do we have, at the end of the year, is there money in those accounts for fuel and material and supplies that we didn't spend? So are we overestimating the actual cost?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, we don't believe we're overestimating. That being said, we never plan to finish the year in a deficit position. Obviously, we can't budget for a deficit. But to give you a bit of background on what the increases have been in those areas, I'm going to refer this to Mr. Facey and Ms. Shell if she wants to weigh in too, because there's a number of factors that led to the increases.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, specific to the materials and supplies, the city is experiencing, as Mr. Cachamilio said during his presentation, is new operating impacts from the NG 911 new service for 2023. That's located in the materials and supplies node. In addition, Chief Johnson said that the DSAB recoveries are now budgeted for as revenues. So prior, or historically, they were netted against the expenditures. So the expenditures were grossed up and the revenues are now increased. So a total net levy impact of 0. The revenues increase and the expenses increase to what we anticipate to spend. There's other various increases for sand, salt, graders, backhoes, other contractual obligations that flow through the operating budget as well for $559,000. And then the remaining is in funded programs, specifically the RNIP program, that it wasn't included in the 2022 operating budget, but it's included in 2023. So you'll, like on a line by line or node by node, you'll see big increases, but some of them may not be funded by the tax levy. They may be provincially funded or federally funded programs or have alternate funding sources. So it may look like a large increase, but not all of it is funded by the tax levy. With respect to fuel prices, we do an analysis of what we anticipate to spend on a consumption basis as well as fuel prices. For 2023, I believe the increase was about 800,000 and change. We're recommending to phase that in or to kind of put a stopgap on that to fund half of that or 400,000 from the tax rate stabilization reserve fund.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bruni, and just to add a bit more to what Steve was saying, when the preliminary budget was presented, it was indicated that that 400,000 from the tax stabilization reserve would be used to backstop some of the increases, half of the increases to the fuel. The reason being is that it's very difficult in this environment to actually estimate where the fuel prices are going to go. They've been up, they've been down, you know, they're starting to come down. Somebody sneezes, they go up again. So it's very, very difficult to predict. So the estimates that we used, we didn't want to fully put that on the backs of the taxpayer. So hence we're going to use the tax stabilization reserve. That way, if our estimates do come in high, then that's not on the levy. We'll reevaluate them in 2024, and hopefully there'll be a little bit more stability in fuel prices by that point, so we can see exactly where they're going.
Any other general questions on the budget, Councillor Brin?
No. Budget items, but not.
Right. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just to build on Councillor Bruni's question, pretty much answered my next question, but I just want to clarify. So from my understanding, you have not heard of any other federal or provincial funding that may be coming down the pipeline to us municipalities. I mean, in the past and a few years ago, there was a positive change in the gas tax that was to our benefit. So in your professional opinion, you have not heard of any other funding that could be coming down that could help us with inflation and so forth?
So you're pointing to a couple different streams of grants that we had received previously. Federal gas tax is used for capital, and it cannot be used for operational requirements. And
I
it's
understand.
direct-
I
yeah.
just use as one example. I'm just putting that aside. That I'm just asking, have you heard of anything new besides the N911? No? Okay.
No, there's nothing else at this point that is going to offset. If you're asking specifically, pardon me, about fuel, there's nothing at this point.
I'm not asking specifically about fuel. I'm just asking a broad
general,
question.
no.
Okay. Thank you. And my last question is, in the past, we were fortunate to receive a dividend from the PUC. Has there been any hints that the PUC may be declaring a dividend in our favor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, the PUC has not declared a dividend over and above our normal dividend at this point in time.
And which is approximately?
It's in the budget already.
Yeah.
I don't have the numbers right at the top of my head. There's a portion that's interest and there's a portion that's dividend. Steve, do you have that, Andy?
Okay.
It's the standard amount. There's no variability in the budget for it.
Okay. And again, I'm asking this for the benefit of our viewers at home and for our media partners. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. Anyone else with kind of general questions on the budget or any departmental budgets? Okay, so seeing none, then I think what most want to discuss are the supplementary items. Did you have something to add, Mr. White?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just on the supplementary list, I wanted to note 2 items that staff have reviewed and are able to be approved without levy impact that weren't indicated first. One is the summer students item. We have worked internally and developed a system where there's going to be a trade-off with some areas where an area will take a summer student 1 year and then give it up the next year so the other area can have it. So a bit of sharing. So that's been done. The remaining part of that can be covered through a Summer Canada Experience grant. It is a grant we get each year. The amounts of the grant do fluctuate quite a bit, but the remaining funding would be able to be managed with the minimum amount of grant we've experienced over the years. So that one can be approved with no levy impact. As well, the aquatic lead position, we can accommodate that on an ongoing basis with a complement switch from the lifeguard pool, similar to what we did to get to the end of 2022. So that one is can be approved with no levy impact as well.
Do you need a motion to add those, however, Mr. White?
As long as council approves of those 2, we'll just add them to the formal resolution at the end, similar to any other items that council may indicate support for.
Can I have a show of hands? Okay, so those are approved or can be added to the final resolution. There were a number of others in the preliminary budget that had no cost consequence. Perhaps we can go through those first. I'm just pulling up the list here. Yes, okay, so Councillor Bruni, you're saying office clerk and building department, right?
Yes.
Okay, so those are number 14 and 15 on the supplemental list. Hire a records information, oh no, sorry. Hire an office clerk, 15 on the list, 0 levy impact in the building department, and then hire a building inspector, 17 on the supplemental list. Anyone have questions on those 2 items? They have no impact on the levy because they are funded entirely, as I understand, through building permit fees, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Anyone with questions? No. Can we take a straw vote on adding those to the final budget? Okay, thank you. Anyone else with, right now we're dealing with items that have no levy impact. Well, I think the fire one would probably be the next one that has no additional levy impact, but Councillor Bruni, if you want to ask questions on that.
Yeah, please. Thank you. I guess my question, Mr. Mayor, to the fire chief, your request is to hire 4 firefighters. And I guess my concern is if you hire these 4 firefighters and next year your overtime numbers don't come down. So that's my worry. Would you accept 2 firefighters being hired this fiscal? And then the following year, if the numbers are coming down, then you can hire 2 more. Instead of hiring the 4, and then if I'm not saying I'm going to be right, I hope I'm wrong, but if those numbers don't drop, you know, what's the next course of action? Hire 4 more? Anyways.
Yep.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Bruni. I can understand the logic by what you're saying. I guess the issue that we would have operationally would be, there's some collective agreement issues that would play a factor there in terms of where I would deploy the 2 firefighters versus the 4 firefighters. I'd have to guess as to what platoon I would deploy them on and hope that the shortage was on that platoon. If they weren't, I'd have to move them to a different platoon. There are some collective agreement issues with that, whereas the 4 people that were hired, they'd be each assigned to 1 platoon and would absorb the overtime equally.
Councillor Hollingsworth on this item.
Is Councillor Marchi finished with his questions?
So, go ahead.
Do you have more on?
No, I'm.
No,
fine. Go
okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to the chief, just to add and build on to Councillor Marchi's question, Bruni's questions. So explain to us today. So I believe in the current situation, you have cadets, I believe is the term, that are used in a particular area, dispatch or communications. Is that correct or something like that?
Through you, Mr. Councilor Hollingsworth. Yes, that's right. The recruits are hired as phone operators or communications operators. That's where they start their careers in fire services. We have a cadet system. The cadet system is like a 3-tiered system with a lower rate. Once they graduate from that and there's an opening on suppression truck, then they hit the class levels through the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st class levels. So there's savings in having the cadet system.
Okay, so therefore, if you are granted these 4 additional FTEs full-time, I'm assuming, they would then go into the cadet program, or would they go right into the front line?
Through you, Mr. Shoemaker, to Councilor, they would go into the cadet system.
Okay, so the current cadets, how many are there? And they would then go into the front line?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Hollingsworth. That's right. Right now, there are 4 cadets with the hire of 4 new staff right now. Those 4 would go to the front line and start in the 4th class area, and the new 4 would go to the 1st year cadet rate.
Okay, so the 4 cadets would move forward, and they would move forward at a higher salary because there would no longer be a cadet level, correct?
Correct.
So therefore, the 4 would be injected into the whole team, and they would then go to who knows which firehouse. It all depends on where the need is. Is that correct?
Correct.
So therefore, if we hypothetically went with Councillor Bruni's suggestion of 2, those 2 would be cadets, and those 2 would stay at the main firehouse in the communication area?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor, that's right. They would remain in the phone room as cadets. The 2 people is in your hypothetical situation, yes.
Okay, so educate me further then. So how would that upset the union contractor? Because it's only 2, is that correct?
Mr. CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Hollingsworth. There's 4 platoons and 1 platoon is on duty at any one time.
Okay.
Across the 4 fire halls. So it's
Okay.
1 platoon, but it's in all 4 buildings at the time. So that's why it's best to do it as a multiple of 4.
Okay.
Because each platoon then, it's not a mix. It's not that 1 platoon is stationed at any one building. They cover
Okay.
all the buildings. It's just, it's a certain platoon on at any one time.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Thank you, that's all.
I'll put you on the list, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Fire Chief Peter. Thank you so much for answering my questions today. So I just want to outline, so the total overtime from 2020 to 2022 was just over $333,000. The bulk of that, 2021 was 121,176, and 2022 was 190,023. Could you kindly give a rationale for the height in the overtime in 21 and 22? And was it COVID related in terms of illness?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Vezo Allen. So when we look at the years of 21 and 22, the reasons for the overtime basically were illnesses, which basically make up non-occupational injuries, and other illnesses, WSIB, bereavement, course and backfill when people are on courses, training, call outs, and as you state, sickness for COVID. If I break those numbers down, so the year of 2021, we had a total of overtime of $822,171. The COVID portion was $57,000. Conversely, in 2022, the total overtime was $895,942. The total for COVID was $161,270. When we compare that to our illnesses and non-occupational injuries, the total overtime was $493,000 for non-oc injuries. When we break those down, we look at short-term, mid-term, and long-term. We're looking at like a 30-day illness or a 60-day injury or a 90-day injury. They account for approximately 3,700 hours of that overtime. So applying these bodies would, the COVID doesn't really play a factor. The bodies would apply to the overtime created by those injuries and offset the cost.
So I pulled the overtime numbers from the January 30th report that came to council. So because the numbers you're giving me right now are much higher than the ones that are on that January 30th report, unless I didn't read it correctly. So I apologize.
No, the match 2021 total overtime 822,170 and 2022 895,943. That's from the report.
Okay. So let me just go, just give me a minute. Sorry about that. I was getting a different number. Okay. I can't pull it up right now. So I guess I'm trying to understand the rationale of saving, I just got the email. Saving, having the 4 firefighters. So right now you've got 4 platoons, 19 each, and you need a minimum of 16. And as per your email today, I've asked if you've ever been outside of complement, and you said you have not. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Mayor, Council President, that's correct.
So I guess where I'm trying to understand is if it's illness that's creating the vast majority of the OT, even with adding 4 new firefighters, how are we going to control the illness and overtime? Like I just don't understand that rationale, because if you have right now 3 extra bodies on each platoon, how is having a 4th extra body going to eliminate all that overtime caused by illness? So that's what I'm trying to understand, because I'm not, the rationale, just the math doesn't add up.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council President Allen. So we have 4 platoons with 19 staff on each platoon. We have 3 vacation days allotted. So each day that we come to work, we have 16 on duty. We're at our minimum complement. Anytime any of those factors that I indicated are triggered, we're paying overtime to backfill every day. So it basically equates to 1.5, like 3 12-hour shifts of overtime each shift. So having the cushion built in, we have no buffer built into our staffing to absorb any absences from any of the things that I've listed to you. That's what's creating the overtime. So having the 4 additional bodies will have an absorption built in to cushion that overtime.
Okay, I have nothing further right now. Thank you.
Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of my questions have been answered, but I do have a few additional. Just building on what Councillor Vezo-Allen was chatting about. We did talk about 4 platoons, your minimum complement is 19 per platoon. However, I think you said on any given shift or week, you're allocating for 3 that are off for vacation.
We have 3 vacation slots permitted for each day.
Okay, so that doesn't mean necessarily that 3 people are off for vacation. You're just allocating those spots just in case they book it.
Yeah, but I would say it's easily in the 80 percentile that they're used. We only have so many calendar days and so many vacation allotment that we have to utilize the entire calendar to fill vacation for their allotment for the collective agreement.
Yep, okay. And if, sorry, so your minimum is 16, is that correct? Per shift, not per rotation, but per shift, days and nights?
Yep.
So 32 per day.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, no, it's a 24-hour shift. So there's only one shift each day. It's 16 on duty at all times for the day.
Okay, so they work a 24-hour shift, and how many shifts do they work?
They work in a 28-day rotating schedule, 7 shifts. It's a compressed schedule. It's the same hours, the 2184 hours, less the holidays and vacation, but in a 28-day rotation cycle, they're scheduled for 7 shifts.
Okay, so per month they work 7 days?
Roughly, yes.
Roughly per month, 20 every 28 days. Okay. And as Council Venezuelan was mentioning, sick time, non-occupational sick time appears to be the biggest issue. And we did have a short email, so I want to make sure that we do that for the public. We do talk about that, about strategies you've taken, mitigating strategies you've taken to mitigate that overtime in those non-occupational. I think you may have called them injuries. Are they injuries or are they just booking off sick?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, we have a number of injuries, so it could be anywhere from knee injuries, leg injuries, shoulder injuries, anything that happens, plus regular sick days. But the majority are those absences of the 3,000 hours that I spoke of are due to injuries.
So because of this condensed schedule of 7 days every month, if somebody is sick, well, that's an entire rotation that's gone, isn't it?
Correct.
So this is presenting you a major challenge in filling this and costing significant to your overtime budget.
Yes.
Okay. So now we talked about the cost that you've presented to us, and the cost in thank you for clarifying, the phone room person is a contractual position. That is manned by a firefighter, and that is a contractual position, correct?
Through Mr. Mayor's Council Spina, yes, it is contractual.
So we have a fully functioning firefighter that can't go frontline because you have a contract that says they have to work in the phone room for X amount of time.
Yes.
Okay. So now those positions, how many of those positions, so there'd be 4, I guess, per platoon, how many are filled by junior firefighters and how many are filled by accommodated firefighters?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councilor Spina, currently right now we have 2 accommodated firefighters in the phone room. So we have 2 junior firefighters and 2 accommodated positions.
Okay, so having said that, if Councillor Bruni is correct and we allocate 2 rather than 4, you could bring up 2 junior firefighters to the front line and not affect the other 2 platoons because they already have an accommodated position. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Mayor, Councilor Spina, that it would be correct, but then when those vacancies end, like when they're healed and back to the trucks, then we would start back all over again to the same situation.
On 2 platoons versus
Right.
1 of them. Okay. So now as we talk about the cost, and thank you for being very quick, extremely quick to provide those numbers. That was fantastic of you. It looks like you have about a 30% overhead allocation to your staff. So in other words, making up some numbers, if staff costs $100,000 in wages, they're $130,000 between wages, benefits, and training per year.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Spina, I think that's a safe assumption.
Generally speaking, not giving you exact numbers here. Does that include any other overhead allocation, or is there more? So for fire services buildings, for equipment like fire trucks, so is that 30% actually 40 or 50%?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Spina, in the information we provided, we allocated approximately $3,500 towards those people, and that would be covering new equipment and training.
What about facilities and?
No allocation.
So that wouldn't be in there. So that would be a separate line item altogether. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So looking at the cadet years, you know, that you have a total allocation of about 85,000 for the cadet years between everything. But as the years move on, that grows significantly to almost $140,000. So if we said yes to 4 firefighters today, potentially within 4 to 5 years, we'd be paying $140,000 per firefighter. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Spina, no, that's not correct.
Okay.
They'd be in the cadet system through the collective agreement. They're capped at the cadet wage of a third third year cadet
Mhm.
is the max rate that they can be compensated for while they're in the communications room.
And that's just under 100,000, correct? Just shy of it.
Yeah, that would be,
98.
yeah, sorry, yeah,
845.
that's right, 98. And that's including the training and the equipment, 98,845.
Okay. And do you have a projection on how long these individuals, if we hired for them, would stay in that cadet program and when they would exit that program and enter the, I guess, the third class is the next jump to 112,000?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Spina, we would predict, I think we've got up to 12 retirements taking place over the course of the next 3 years. So we would see a cycle of changeover as people retire and people come in, and it would start the process all over again and put new people to the bottom. And
So within 3 years, that 85,000 is going to jump to 112 per employee.
for those, they would, but then you'd have another 4 junior people at the bottom to start the cycle all over again. You'd
Okay.
always have the people at the bottom.
Yeah. So as your four, you said, I think you said 12 in 3 years.
Yeah.
So can you catch up if you have 12 leaving in
Through you,
is 4
Mr.
enough?
Yes, right now 4 would be enough. Yes.
And sorry, one of the questions we did ask is what was the complement of firefighters in comparison cities? And that's one of the things we were waiting to hear back. Did we see anything on that yet? Or
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Spina, unfortunately, in the short time frame, I didn't have a chance, or not. I did put out some feeler questions and I didn't get any responses.
and to your knowledge, are we at least consistent with comparison cities? You know, Sudbury, North Bay, Timmins, Thunder Bay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Spina, we're within the ballpark. There's different factors where Sudbury has the greater area. Sudbury, they have volunteers in Elzilda, and the outlying areas. Thunder Bay is the same situation as well. So it's hard to compare apples to apples.
Okay, so it is a different service you're providing in those communities. It's not really a comparison, a fair comparison.
Well, so we would supply, obviously, the core services are the same, but the difference between how they
Geographically.
deploy and what they do are slightly different. Yes.
It's not a fair comparison is what you're saying. Okay, thank you for that. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spina. I've got Councillor Gardy next.
I'm just going through my head here. I think all of my questions have been answered. Thanks.
Councillor Dufour.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just need a little bit of a further clarification. So for the hiring costs of the 4 new firefighters, they're being hired at that all-in level of 348.92. Is the rationale that we don't have to account for escalation in wages because that cost center will be kept static by new cadets that come in?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Ford, that's correct.
Okay, so that will, and then the overtime savings amount, I guess of 447, is that a conservative estimate for what we think will always be saved every year? I guess my question is leading in is the amount to finance the aerial truck. I'd imagine that financing agreements for 10 to 12 years. Is there a plan to handle variances in the way this math is working out with these 3 numbers?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Dufour, yes, your summary is correct. And then we also, through our operating budget, you'll see we do transfer from our operating budget to our capital reserve account. This year, it's $273,000. That will be going into the account as well to try to build the account back up so we have funds in the reserve if we have to access it.
Okay, and kind of to speak to the last point that some people in the community have made, the hiring costs being kept at the cadet level, we don't really end up controlling how firefighters progress through the salary grid, right? Like once some years it goes up because we have more senior firefighters, other years we get a levy decrease because we have younger firefighters, right? And so we don't really have to account for those here in this initial hire.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Dufour, that's right. Those costs that you're seeing right now, those are what we're budgeting for the costs. As people retire and we replace, the variance would be in the collective agreement and what the salaries are versus people leaving and replacing. We're always going to bring people into the bottom rate.
Okay, thanks. Those are all my questions.
Thanks, Councilor Dufour. Councilor Vezo-Allen, I did have you on this one.
Yeah, I just want to
You're a small.
clarify my confusion in numbers. So I took the budget amount for overtime versus the actual. So the numbers I was discussing were what you were over budget. Lots of numbers in my pages. So what is budgeted for overtime within the salaries for 2023 currently?
Bear with me once.
No problem. I'm guessing it's probably in the 700,000 range because in 2022 you had a budgeted amount of 705, 920 in 2021, 70994. So just wondering potentially what the OT budget is for 2023.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Council Vezo-Allen, on the budget sheet that I have right now, the budget would be set at, sorry, 871,145.
Okay, and that's without adding anyone to the complement.
That's right. That's at the 76 firefighters.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Councilor Caputo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Chief Johnson. So I think we've been really focusing on like illness and call-ins and whatever, but you touched a little bit on retirement and you said 12 over the next 4 years. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Caputo. Just to clarify, there are 3 retirements. We've actually just received 2 retirements and 1 that has to retire this year for the mandatory age of 60. The other numbers, the staff would have 30 years or more and eligible to retire. I can't predict whether they want to retire or not.
Okay, so I guess my question is going to be difficult for you to answer then. I just want to know if we don't approve this tonight, is there going to be, like, when will this be needed? Because due to retirements, because as I understand it right now, you're kind of running like at your maximum. So if you end up with 4 retirements, you will be under complement, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Caputo, no, we won't be under complement because we'll replace the retirements to maintain the minimum staffing. So right now our minimum, or sorry, our complement is 76. I'm asking to go to 80. If we don't do anything, we'll stay at 76. 4 people will retire. We'll bring in 4 people and it'll continue on with the 76.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you.
I have a question on this one, Mr. Johnson, or Chief Johnson, sorry. You've got 3 retirements guaranteed in 2023?
Yes.
Okay.
And 1 resignation that we just received for the non-worker.
Within the 2023 year? I'm hesitant to support this because I worry that the actual overtime number will not go down. However, if you've got 4 vacancies that will be created throughout 2023, I'd support this with the caveat that if we don't see the actuals go down by the end of the year, then I would expect, I would support bringing the complement number back to 76. And as those retirements happen, reducing that complement number back down to 76. Because we want to see an actual savings from this, not a projected savings that doesn't come to fruition. So my position will be to support this year. But if we don't see an actual savings by the 2024 budget, I'll be seeking to have the complement reduced back to 76 through attrition. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kind of similar to what you were saying, to make sure that we see the actual savings. And I don't know if this would get any support. Would it be possible to take the 106,000 projected or whatever out of the operating for the year? And then if the savings do come to fruition, return that next year so that it can be used toward capital for the aerial truck? Or no? No, not possible. Getting some shakes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Scott, the CFO can answer why that would be problematic.
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Scott, my understanding is that the aerial truck has to be purchased this year. There's a requirement, as the fire chief pointed out in his presentation, as to when this equipment has to be replaced, and we're at the 20-year mark right now with the aerial truck. So if we do not accept the plan as presented, that means we're going to have to add another 106 to it. Right now, we have a plan where it'll net to zero.
Right on. That answers that. Thank you.
So I'm not going to go around on the entirety of what was discussed, but on this particular issue, Councilor Bruni, I'll come back to you.
My question is, for 2024, do we know if there are any, there's going to be any retirees? Do we know?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bruni, I cannot confirm that they will
Cannot
be
confirm.
retires. I know that there will be staff with their target 30 years, but I don't know that they'll.
No,
retire.
exactly. Okay, so that's fine. So in 2024, if the numbers don't come down, we just don't replenish. Keep the number as is.
Councilor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Chief. When was the last time we changed the complement? I think you were saying we're at 76 right now, but when was the last time we, as council, granted you to change the complement? I thought we did it just recently.
Didn't seem like it was that long ago.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, the complement was reduced some time ago, and you were part of council at that
Right.
time. It was confirmed through the fire master plan and the comprehensive risk assessment we
Right.
had at the time.
Right. I ask this because, again, it's very useful information for the viewers and everyone around the table. Not all of us were here a couple of years ago.
My recollection, Chief Johnson or CAO White, correct me if I'm wrong, is we were at originally in 2014 or 15, 82 or 84, and we went down to 88. Okay, and we went down to 68, and then we went back up to 74, 76. So this would still be, if we approve this complement increase, you'd still be below what you were at in 2015.
That's right.
Any other questions on this? Okay.
Just to clarify, sorry, can
Clarification,
you just repeat those dates and numbers? Sorry.
Well, I'm not sure about the dates, but roughly
The years
2015,
and
we
numbers.
were at 88, and then we changed it to 68 that year. And then within a year or two, we were back up to 76.
The master plan was approved in March of 2018. That's
Which
when
is-
we went back from 68 to 76.
Okay. And the reduction was in 2015, so about a 3-year period.
And at that time, did we see a significant reduction in overtime?
We saw a significant reduction in salaries.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Spina, we saw a reduction in salaries, but we saw an increase in overtime because we didn't have any staff to absorb the absences, right? We went from 88 to 68, then back up to 76 with the complement of 16 and back to where we're going in the cycle here, why the overtime increased. We didn't have the bodies.
Sorry, I meant when we went from 68 to 76, did it help? I imagine it did.
With the overtime?
With everything.
Well, we definitely saved a significant amount in salaries and benefits, yes.
Sure.
Okay. Councilor Fitzgerald, just clarification.
I'll ask Mr. Facey and leave Mr. Johnson alone. Of the 871,000 that is budgeted for overtime for 2023, on the supplemental, it says overtime savings minus 447,740. So if the hiring costs of which would be $340,000. In the budget, will that overtime of 871 be reduced by that $447,000?
Yes, it will.
Thank you.
Okay, so the report that's before us is to increase the complement. Sorry, my script closed. Increase the complement, which will reduce the overtime budget by more than the salary increases and reallocate the savings to the fire capital reserve. Is there support for that? All right, that has support to carry. So other items on the other items on the supplementary items list. I think I was at Councillor Bruni, so I'm going to continue with them and then we'll move to Councillor Dufour and Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, I believe, to Carl regarding the construction supervisor engineer at 97,000. Presently, who is doing this job? Or in the last couple of years, who would be responsible for this position or responsibilities?
Through you, Acting Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. Currently, the work would be done by the design and municipal services engineers. We have two of them right at our current staff complement.
So there's two right now?
That's correct.
And you're requesting three, or well, the next one to make it three in your department?
Through you, Acting Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, not exactly. This position request was brought about through the streamlining of development approvals as a means to reduce their workload so that they could focus on development applications, subdivision applications. So by taking the sort of linear routine municipal servicing infrastructure work away from them, the stuff like the road reconstructions, the managing of technical staff, the managing of consultants working on linear projects, by taking that work from the design and municipal services engineer, that would free up their time to dedicate to the development industry as required.
And if you didn't, if this wasn't approved, would it be threatening to your department if this position wasn't included with the budget that we have today?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, I wouldn't say it's threatening. I might turn the mic over to the CAO or Peter Tenazzo to speak to the development industry and during busy times in the subdivision developments are booming, then yeah, we wouldn't be able to respond as quickly as that industry would like us to.
Mm-hmm. Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, yes, there's been a bottleneck identified there, and we need our municipal services engineers to focus on the developer side of things. In order to take that off, instead of adding a third engineer, what's being proposed is adding a construction supervisor, which is a substantially lower cost position than a full professional engineer.
To do for it. Sorry, on the same topic, if Councillor Bruni's finished. So my first question would be through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, to COAO White. Listed under the construction supervisor and engineering department is a levy allocation of $97,000. Can you explain to council and the public where we can leverage some of the funding from the Streamline Developed Approvals Fund and how that would affect the actual cost of adding this position in for the next 12 to 18 months?
Yes, this will be subsequent to discussions Councillor Dufour has had with staff on this. Because the Streamline Development Funding deadline was extended from near the end of this month to November, because of the shortness of the original deadline, we weren't able to allocate things that we're going to use up all of our allocation for that funding. Because the deadline is extended, we will be able to add things. And this is potentially one position that we could cover the levy impact for this year with streamlined development funding. So it would not be a levy impact for this year. Further to that, we are doing some internal restructuring and looking at, and I'm comfortable in committing to council that we will be able to find at least 1/3 of the levy impact starting next year within internal changes. Hopefully we'll be able to find more, but at this time I can certainly commit to covering 1/3 of next year's levy impact.
Thanks. And then through you, Mr. White, to either Director of Engineering or anyone else, can you explain some of the ancillary benefits that may come to the city in having a construction supervisor on staff, perhaps for things like special projects that the city might undertake, like hub trail expansions and other things?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour. One of the things we would have this individual do is hopefully assist in special projects that other divisions may have, like for example, hub trail extensions. We did a parking lot this year at the senior center. Any other kind of related linear infrastructure projects that we could assist with that may offset some other departmental costs.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Rumiel. For my part, Mr. Mayor, I strongly support this addition. I think we need to be doing everything we possibly can to ensure that housing starts are continued and turned into actual housing. We need to remove all bottlenecks that might exist on our end of things to make sure that we get as much assessment growth over the next couple of years as we possibly can. That said, I think that we can all agree that having more construction supervision within the city for some of those special projects would also be a significant asset, and to be able to do that at minimal to no levy impact for the next couple of years, I think makes this one a strong candidate to move forward onto the operating budget, and I'd be happy to move it now.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Hollingsworth has a question on this item, so we'll go to that and then we'll ask Mr. Facey for the update there. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Just looking over my shoulder. To Carl. First of all, I support this. So I think it's very positive because, as Councillor Dufour said, construction is key to the backbone of our community. So my first question, looking at this particular position, can you just at a very high level outline what qualifications are you looking for? Especially, can you touch on experience? Are you looking for experience of at least 3 years or more?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, so this would be open to somebody with a Bachelor of Engineering or a engineering technician or technologist with, say, 3 years progressive experience in a municipal environment, similar to the technologists that we have working for us, would be open to applying for this.
Okay. My other question, my glasses on here. So with regards to the experience, I guess it's more of a comment. I was hoping that you would really look at someone that's had been on the construction ground, that totally understands what it means to have construction experience versus someone that is coming right from a textbook or office environment. That's all I want to say is looking for the true experience. Thank you. Again, I support this.
Okay, thank you. So is there a question on this, Councillor?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Rumiel, is your department fully staffed currently?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, yes.
Okay, so there's no option for like complement switching, which we had discussed earlier?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, right now we have a full complement of technicians, technologists, engineers.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted. Thank you.
Okay, so if I understand the responses correctly and Councillor Dufour's motion to add this to the operating budget, there won't be a change in the levy due to the addition of this position for this year. Is that correct? Mr. Facey's microphone.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification, there's a number of conversations happening. Is the plan to fund this with the streamlined development approval funding 100% of the position? For
this year.
For 2023, yes.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. No impact on the levy.
Okay. And then council, next year we'll have a decision point to make if the streamlined development funding isn't renewed, or it sounds like Mr. White may be able to find at least some of the funds in the budget, but beyond that, it'll be council's decision to fill that gap if there is one in the operational funding. So is there support for that? Okay. I stepped out for a second. So are we still on Councilor Bruni? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next one is the bylaw officer to full-time. Who would I speak on to with this? Mr. Plaza or?
Mr. Posbon or Mr. Rumiel, both are here.
Yeah. It's regarding the bylaw officer.
Sure.
Yeah. So we have two right now, full-time positions.
Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bruni, that's correct.
And
one half-time.
one half-time, and you're asking for a complement of another one full-time basis. Now, would this come out of our revenue in the building department?
Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bruni, no, this would not. This would be an
It wouldn't
impact to
take-
the levy.
What's that?
This would impact the levy. Would not be covered by permit revenue.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in favor of this. I mean, we do need another bylaw officer. I know Councillor Dufour has mentioned this in the past. Half part-time is not sufficient for our city right now, so I would support the full-time. It's at 35,800.
Yes, and this was Mr. White just mentioned to clarify that this increases someone who's already part-time to full-time. That's why it's such a relatively minimal amount. Councillor Vezwan on this one.
Thank you. I do support this as well. And Carl, some further questions. Since we hired the additional PTE, has the number of infractions and fine increased due to this position?
Mr. Mayor to Councillor Vezwan. So I have some stats here. Since 2021, there has been an increase in just about 30% in infractions and a 28% increase in requests to legal.
Wonderful. And how many vacant properties have been able to be inspected due to this position?
Mr. Mayor to Councillor Vezwan, there's been 342 visits and assuming your next question, there's 89 orders issued.
That would be correct. And the next question would be for Ms. Fields. Ms. Fields, at legal, are you able to keep up with the cases that are superstars doing in bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezwan, and yes, right now we have a prosecutor who's a prosecutor / solicitor. So she is doing solicitor work, she's doing FOI work. And we would, if it increases greatly, we would remove her from the solicitor work and have her work more of a full-time prosecutor.
Wonderful, thank you. I fully support this. And Carl, thanks for the great work by your bylaw officers. It's not always the best environments that they're in, and we certainly appreciate the work that they're doing in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Vezwan. Anyone else on this particular request? Councillor Dufour?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to briefly note for folks that our 2023 preliminary budgeted amount for salaries and bylaw enforcement actually includes a decrease by more than the increase that they're asking for. So this specific budget line for salaries and bylaw enforcement in the preliminary is showing a $43,000 decrease. So essentially all we would be doing by approving this increase is by keeping them at their 2022 budget levels. So it's more than reasonable and I fully support it.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Caputo, did you have a question on that?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to, I think Michelle or Miss Fields. I think collection has been a bit of an issue in bylaw. How are we doing with collecting versus like the tickets that have been written?
Ms. Fields? Or Susan? I don't know. We've got every mic on except the one we need. There we go.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, I believe we don't have any issues with collection.
Okay.
We do have a third-party collection agency that we are using in POA, and they're very good. And we don't suffer from some of the issues that other municipalities have.
Perfect. Awesome. Good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, so do I have a show of hands on who supports increase in the bylaw officer to full-time? Okay, that carries. Are we still on you, Councillor Brady? Okay, Councillor Dufour. Then I've got you.
Thanks,
Councillor
Mr.
Hollins.
Mayor. So the program that I was really targeting to add in was the Downtown Ambassador Pilot Program. I know I've talked to many of you about it already. Just for the benefit of the community, not only has this program been a success over the past year, well, more than a year that it's been running, I believe it's also really key to the future success of what's happening in our housing and homelessness system in the city. We just had the honor of hosting some Minister Holland and MPP Romano, Mayor Shoemaker's one of his first funding announcements. He was able to be there for our new transition units in men's shelter. I don't know if people necessarily immediately connect the Downtown Ambassador pilot to that shelter, but it's a really important tie-in. They're all run by CMHA, and the Downtown Ambassadors, being peer support workers, are folks who are in recovery. When we marry that provider with the new facility that we have the beginnings of a really exciting system in Sault Ste. Marie, one where folks coming into the shelter will be serviced by the same organization that can not only get them a transition room, their own room, in community-led space upstairs, but potentially also their first job, helping to reach others who were once in their spot. So I think that it was pretty clear seeing all of the letters from support of other social services agencies, what an important program this has been for the community. And I also would like to share that it forms a significant piece of the DSAB's future plans that we have been recommended to have by our experts advising on our homelessness prevention plans, that we do invest in street outreach in this community. So it makes a lot of sense to me that we would keep this program going until such a time as social services can help take over and take over on finding other funding envelopes as well to keep this program going. So thanks.
Councillor Bezuel and then Councillor Caputo.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just some comments about the program that, some folks probably don't know. At DSAB, we undertook having a consultation and a strategic plan through org.code about homelessness and homelessness prevention and outreach. So the recommendation was street outreach should be occurring 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. So I think for some people that may not be aware, the ambassador program runs on the weekends when nothing is available. So if you saw someone in distress or someone who maybe needed some help, your only real option is to call 911. They're not necessarily need to be hospitalized, and they're not doing anything illegal. They just need help. And I'm fortunate to volunteer actively on Gore Street. And I used the ambassador program yesterday to call someone because someone was in distress. And I'm fortunate that I have interactions with them. They're at the community wellness bus. They integrate with Save Our Young Adults on Saturdays. And it's really important that that outreach happens. And they're not just helping people that may be having a hard time. They're also talking to tourists and people walking on the street and that sort of thing. So they're very visible. They have their Visi vests on, and they don't just do Queen Street. They do the whole downtown core. I think the other key piece too is in terms of addiction and recovery. Our ambassadors have recovered themselves from whatever issue they were having. So they're giving back to community. They understand the challenges, and it gives them purpose and a job and really wonderful training. Like I can really see a lot of different folks that I know that are doing the ambassador program that I can definitely see going on to maybe becoming social workers themselves and things like that. So it all ties into what we're trying to do. Definitely will be a compliment to the youth wellness hub that's going to be on Dennis Street as well. So they're all within that corridor. And, while they're not going to be able to interact with everyone, it definitely is great that you can call and say, hey, I see someone and they've been, possibly not housed. I've seen them on the same stoop for 3 days, and they will go check in on that person, and they have access to all of those supports. So it started out as a pilot. We're not the only community that does it. I want to give thanks to Tom Verifa with working with Annette at CMHA and also the Downtown Association. This is a proven model in other communities, and I'm proud to support it, and it does make an impact. For the person that I encountered yesterday, if they didn't get assistance from them, who knows what possibly could have happened to them. So I've seen firsthand the impact that it makes. So I hope my other colleagues on council will approve. I would love to see the option B going into the James Street area, but certainly happy with option C to continue the service level that we have right now. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bezoil. And Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to offer my experience with the program. It's a little different than Councillor Dufour and Councillor Fezzo-Allen. In September of 2022, I had a walk along with DAP staff. My experience was that the program was unsafe on many levels, from staff not sticking to their buddy system to the buddy system really being the only safety protocol. I believe this program is a liability to the city and a danger to the DAP workers. While I agree that outreach is important, I also believe that all life is valuable, and I want outreach workers to go home safely to their families as well. I want the life of that outreach worker to be considered. Sending them defenseless into laneways filled with known drug-using houses, tents, used needles, and people using mind-altering drugs, to me, seems irresponsible. When a young person did OD on my walk along, I was instructed to call 911. When dispatch asked where we were, no one could give me that information. While I was thankful that DAP staff were able to revive this person, I was so concerned for what could have happened in a situation where no one knew where these people were. I brought my concerns forward to CMHA, where I met with a manager. That manager emailed me back just a few days ago. That email included a survey, and one question really stood out to me. It was, do you feel safe going out on the DAP? 20% said straight up no, 6.7% said maybe, and 6.7% said I tend to get nervous depending on situations. When asked if you feel safe doing a job, anything that is not yes to me is no. 33% said some form of no. I do not feel comfortable with this program, and for those reasons, I will not support it. And I ask you all to strongly consider reallocating these funds to a form of outreach, like say the community wellness bus, or extending hub hours that will better consider staff safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, before I make comment on this, I just want to make a comment, and I meant to make it earlier, sorry. Repeatedly tonight, I've noticed how many city staff members are here. And I really want to thank them for being here and being fully engaged in this process. I mean, I see a bunch of them sitting with us here tonight, and it takes a lot to sit here and listen to us for this many hours. So thank you all for being that engaged and realizing the importance of this and having your voices heard. Thank you all for being here. This program, the Downtown Ambassador Program, much like Councillor Bezo-Allen, I've had many positive experiences with the staff down there. I would say that I had come across very few programs that I truly want to fund fully in their entirety, but realizing there are constraints, we have to fund them responsibly. This is one of those programs that if I could, I would want to fund it completely and see its expansion. The only thing, the only caveat I would have on it is I would want to wait on the James Street expansion at this point in time, because we know that the shelter that's in James Street is scheduled to close this summer, and there'll be a reallocation or a relocation to a resource center on the other side of Queen Street. So I want to look and see what the results are of that, and see where the area of greatest need is before we start deploying resources. Now, I sincerely appreciate Councillor Caputo's comments and her experiences. I do appreciate that. I will say that when people indicate that they do have a fear, that's something important that we have to look at. But that's also something that is inherent in human beings, telling you something's wrong and you should call for help. So I think it's important for us to help reinforce or help notify people that there is help out there, and call resources if and when you need it. The ambassadors are one of those resources. They've done a fantastic job meeting people's needs where they're at. I can tell you from experience, you can set up as many shops as you want and invite people in to get help. They may or may not find you. You have to go find people where the area of greatest need is and where they are. These people do a fantastic job of that. And certainly I'd be willing to lend a hand to increase whatever safety we have to ensure this program continues. So I'll be happy to support it tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Spina. Anyone else on this item? I looked at this and I can support the option C. But my proposal would be, we got a reserve list sent to us earlier today, and I had a question about this one item that I had never before seen an allocation for. It's called the Special Council Community Fund. And there's $134,353 in it. So there's no indication of what we would use that for. So what I propose that we use it for is to phase the full funding of the Downtown Ambassador Program in over 3 years at $31,000 a year, with the unfunded portion of it for the first 2 years to come from the Special Council Community Fund, which would only add $31,971 of the total expense to our budget this year. And then gradually it would become 2/3 next year, and then the full amount the following year. Councillor Bruno?
Question, and I'd like to direct to Councillor Dufour, since he's the chair of social services. Why wouldn't DSAP pick this up? This program itself? I mean, is this something that we can bring forward?
Yeah, so speaking of that was one of my initial questions as well of DSAB staff, because it fits in with the continuum of all that DSAB is doing. I do think that cost center more properly belongs there. For the reason why, for 2023, I think it's just simply because it's such a difficult budget year for the city and for DSAB, and the funding agreements flowed through the city previously to start the pilot through the community safety and well-being plan. The timelines for who paid for what just didn't line up for 2023, but you know, I certainly welcome Malcolm's conversations with DSAB to see about when and how that could be migrated over. I think the critical element for me was to see the program continue into 2023. Also where we have the new shelter opening as well. There's a lot going on that side of the file, and it was you know, a little more little simpler to keep things going the way they are here now, but to be definitely looking for that not exit strategy but migration strategy over the next little while. I don't have a specific timeline to it. But.
Mr. Mayor, maybe my proposal would be to start dialogue with social services, Mr. Nadeau, to find out if he would be able to fund even half of it to join us on that.
Yeah, I don't disagree, Councillor Bruni, and I think there's some willingness to do that. I think if we fund it entirely through the levy this year, which I'm proposing we don't do, if we fund it entirely through the levy this year, then we migrate it over completely. If we fund it partially through the levy, as I propose we do, then we may not have to increase that funding next year or the following year, depending on how those discussions go.
I
So-
don't think Mr. Mayor's proposal precludes migrating it over at all. And I'm happy to support it.
So is there support for funding this with a partial allocation in the budget this year and the rest to come from a reserve? The Special Council Community Fund. Okay, that carries. Councillor Dufour, I'm still on.
Mr.
Sorry.
Mayor,
Yes.
members of council, I think finance staff just want a bit of clarification
Yes.
to make sure they've got that.
Through
I
Mr.
just
Mayor,
used, I just used the phone calculator, so don't.
I just want to confirm if it was the 197 option or the 95,000 option?
It was the
The
95,000.
95, thank you.
Yes, thank you. The reserve is not that plentiful. So Councillor Dufour, I'm still on questions from you, proposals from you.
My last one, Mr. Mayor, was number 14. The records management for clerks. Might be the most boring sounding compliment increase ever. But, I do think that there's a legal tie-in that that did catch my eye. You know, I believe in previous communications with our solicitor, our head of legal, Karen Fields, you know, our solicitors spending somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 months of their year redacting FOI requests that could otherwise be done much more cost effectively and efficiently by a records person and clerks. I do think that there's an efficiency here. I think one of the problems with some of the ways our budget cycle goes is that when you find an efficiency that requires an upfront investment onto the levy, it becomes much less desirable for folks to fund it. But in my mind, these are the kinds of efficiencies that are going to grow the capabilities of the corporation. So by freeing up, you know, some of our more higher priced employees like our lawyers to do the many things that they have to do, including but not limited to much of the increased workload with building a bylaw. I think that those are the kinds of opportunities that you want to see staff bring forward. And I think they're the kind of opportunities that council should take. So I'd like to put that one forward.
Okay. Any questions on that one? Councillor Dufour, you've blunted some of my what I was going to say on this. I can appreciate that there's an upfront cost to realize a savings. I just struggle to, and we have to ultimately balance everything against everything else, right? So I think there is some obvious efficiencies and savings that could be realized from this. I just don't think that I could support it this year. So while I understand there is good that could come from this, I can't support this increase this year. So.
Oh, just for the benefit of everyone else, could we see Mr. Facey's screen to see where we're at right now?
I was about to take a sip of coffee, but that's not permitted.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, without the addition of the clerk, the city portion is 2.98%. The levy and local boards with the reduction in police overtime has been reduced from 2.03 to 1.87, which means a total impact of 4.85% right now without the clerk position.
Okay. Councillors, the city's portion was 2.98. Councillor Spina.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure who to direct this question to, probably legal. On this position, is there capacity within legal right now to take on some of those tasks to alleviate some of the upfront work in the interim, in the meantime, while we talk about potentially funding a position in the future? Or is everyone at their capacity?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina. I don't know what the increase will look like with the new bylaw, but what we would do is we'd move work around. So if this prosecutor becomes increasingly busy, FOIs would have to come from her back into the legal department. As FOIs have only a 28-day turnaround time, we would have to put things away that can wait to get the 28-day turnaround. Some of the FOIs, although they haven't increased in numbers, we get about 85 to 93 a year. What has been increasing is just the sheer volume. So in 2022, I have stats too. In 2022, we had, I'll give you this, 2019, we had 3,477 pages of FOI that went out the door. In 2022, we had 8,767, which means a lawyer is going through 8,767 pages to redact it, to make sure we are fulfilling our obligations, to make sure we're answering the FOIs, but we're not giving out anything that's personal or anything that's should be not given out, or anything that can be exempted. So somebody has to go through that. The IPC has looked at it. They give us about 2 minutes per page. So when we calculated 8,767 pages at 2 minutes a page, it works out to about a lawyer spending 2 months redacting material.
And of those hours, are they not billable back to whomever made the request?
They're not billable in the sense that we don't charge for FOIs. We do cost recovery when we can. So it's not generating revenue, but for example, if we put material on a USB stick and it's $10 to the corporation, we can charge $10.
Sure. But in terms of an FOI request taking, if we do an analysis in the beginning, your request is going to take 10 hours. And here's the cost of that 10 hours back to the applicant. Do we do that?
There are some times when we can put costs back. They're like $7.50 for 15 minutes. Some we can, some we can't. For example, if we had 1,000 pages of material, but no redactions, then there's no charge that can come back to the recipient. As well, we've done cases where we've done large FOIs only to have them sit there and no one pick them up.
So if I can make a request perhaps on this, I know just coming from the police service, if someone does make an FOI request, they immediately get a correspondence back that tells them this is roughly how many hours it's going to take. Here's what the cost will be to you per hour to get that request. I don't know if the city can adopt that policy or not.
We, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, we can do that, but it's tariff built, so we can only bill what we're allowed to bill by the regulations.
So we are capped at a certain amount.
Yes.
Okay.
We would never recoup if I'm talking about like a lawyer's billable time, we'd never recoup that.
Yeah, so it could never be cost neutral is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on this item? Okay, so who is in support of this request? And who opposes it? Okay, that does not get added into the budget. Councillor Dufour, was that it for you? Okay, Councillor Hollingsworth, you've been waiting patiently. Thank you.
I don't think, I'm so glad I got that list of reserves sent to everyone.
Yes, thank you for that.
Yeah, I'm getting the kudos. Sorry, guys. Okay, so just going into the supplementary, a couple of questions. Just to help me understand a little bit better, can we go back to the aerial truck that the chief is asking for? So through you, Mayor, to probably Shelley Shell, if this particular aerial truck is approved, it's going to be obviously leased. And can you comment on what our leasing practices are with knowing that interest rates are very high? Do we usually try to go for a minimum number of years, or do we obviously take into account that our interest rates are high and the leasing amount would be high?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, this aerial truck will be purchased.
Okay.
I don't think there is leasing options for a lot of specialized equipment like that. But our intention is to utilize that additional funding through internal debt, which means we don't charge yourself interest at all on it. And that'll be covered over 20 years, if I recall.
Okay. Then can you shift your eyes up to under Public Works? They're asking for, I think, 550,000 to be added to their fleet reserve. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Hollingsworth, due to the change in the LED streetlights going to the levy, there is now only 330,000 that's available for that. So we'll have to make that change. And it will also extend the repayment through internal debt for that as well.
Okay, great. Okay.
Could I clarify on that one, though? For this year, there's no levy impact on that. So, because it doesn't say that in the in the spreadsheet, it says 550,000 ongoing. But if we approve the implementation of the Public Works Equipment Reserve for this year, that gets you started. And then we have a decision point on additional funds next year.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. It'll come with every budget year for
Gotcha.
council's decision. This is
Gotcha.
only for 1 year.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I
let's
don't
have
know.
a
if
few
you're-
more.
Okay, on that particular, on the Public Works Fleet Equipment Reserve?
No, nope, on
Um,
supplementary.
Okay, we'll come back to the Fleet Equipment Reserve.
Okay, just going down the list, and with regards to the fireworks, I guess maybe through you, Mayor, to Mr. Lamming, I'm thinking it's his area. You mentioned that you're hoping to look at $10,000 for fireworks and I guess the Canada Day sound. Are you going to this year continue on with promoting a fundraising event to find, I don't know, donations for the firework fund?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Hollingsworth, the total budget represents approximately 22,000. We do have a component that's a donation and set, so it's approximately 12,000 and 10,000, 12,000 for budget and 10,000 for fundraising. So we do that actively this year. The challenge with the past year and going forward is the pyrotechnics, the cost of obtaining the fireworks. So that's the biggest challenge that we have right now, and we really want to put on the same type of experience with the community year to year.
Okay. Okay, that's it for questions on this particular item. But
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Scott then on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, actually, I do have a question on this item. I think I might have asked this in my first term early on. Have we ever explored doing a joint fireworks with Sioux, Michigan in between the 2 days, combining funding to get a bigger display for both sides along the water?
You, Mr. Mayor to Councillor Scott. I know it's been talked about. They are two totally separate events, obviously. So that's something we'd have to explore with them moving forward.
Yeah, like doing it in between or whichever day happens to be the most convenient, if it's on a weekend, something along those lines. I know other communities that are on the border do that. So I was just curious if we've ever looked into that. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
still in the supplementary, actually going back to the fireworks question. With regards to Bonsu, a number of people enjoy the fireworks at Bonsu, so congratulations to the Bonsu group. And so this particular piece, again, is just for the Canada Day fireworks. It's nothing to do with the future Bonsu fireworks.
Councillor Hollingsworth, yes, there was some additional funding that we got, Canada commemorative grant that we were able to use for this Bonsu. So we're able to use to augment that, make that a good experience.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And with regards to the art gallery, it looks, again, looking at towards the bottom, the art gallery is requesting some additional funds. And just for clarification, I'm not sure who passed this to, maybe Mr. Ver through you, Mayor. Granted, we have already confirmed that we are going to give them additional funding for assessment, a review of the art gallery with regards to potentially building a new building or potentially renovating their building. Is that correct? We've already allocated.
Mr. White.
I'm going to refer that to finance. I'm not sure we've allocated something specifically for that review.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. No, the art gallery's grant is the same as it was in the previous year. This is an additional amount, and my understanding that it was for that assessment.
Okay.
I actually, I think that we might be missing a piece of information there. The art gallery for sure got some portion of funding from the municipality. It might have been through the MAT to undertake the assessment. So the federal government contributed, the art gallery itself contributed. I'm almost certain that the city contributed an amount because that assessment is actually currently being undertaken. So this is an operational increase that they're seeking because of the preliminary findings of that study, but the study is being undertaken currently on the building assessment, and the results of that won't be known for some time, but preliminarily they've said there is definitely a shortfall in the operational funds for municipalities of our size. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Vera, are you looking for that answer at the moment? Well, perhaps we've got an answer here.
Mr. Mayor, I've got a confirmation from somebody from the art gallery who's watching the meeting. Yeah, the tourism fund did contribute towards that.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So at this time, I'd like to propose that we move a portion of it, not all of it, but a portion of it into consideration. And I'm proposing that we look at least 30%. And to support culture and to support the art gallery, which again, when you look at our constituents, you look at the feedback we've been receiving, many of our constituents are looking more for support for culture.
So what is a third of that number? 59,000 and change? Roughly 20 grand-ish?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, around $18,000.
Okay. So Councillor Hollingsworth is proposing that a third of the art gallery's requested increase of just under 60,000 be added to their operational budget this year. Councillor Green?
So the report comes back to us. Like, we're giving them money, we don't know exactly where it's going, do we?
My understanding is so I'm on the building assessment committee there. I was in my previous role as councillor, and the findings are definitely going to be that the operational funds are short, regardless of the capital needs of the building. The operational funds are short, and I think you saw in the art gallery's presentation that they have not had an increase since 2015 or 16. And over that period of time, there's been roughly 18% inflation. So I think there may be an additional ask somewhere down the road for a capital need or even further operational funding. But I know that the art gallery would tell you, and they did tell us when they were here a couple of weeks ago, that they're short on operational funds for a gallery of their size.
Okay. And last piece, through you, Mayor, to Mr. Lamming. With regards to the venture bus, I don't see the beach bus on this list. Is it
Okay, so hang on. Before we move on to a different item, we'll deal with the art gallery funding. So who is in support of increasing the art gallery's operational funding by roughly just under 20,000 this year? So everyone hold up their hand there because I didn't get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that carries. Councillor Gardy, did you have a?
Did someone tell me a dollar figure that we've added from the supplementary list, please?
Mr.
Like,
Facey?
I know the rate. I just like to know what dollar figure in my head, including the 18 grand.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, do you want the net amount on the levy or the total from the supplemental list? Two different, there would be two different.
I'd like to know the total amount of dollars we've added to the budget from the supplemental list that we voted in favor of thus far.
Just 1 second, please. It rounds up to about 86,000 at the total net on the levy. If you're looking for the gross expenditures with the firefighting hiring, it would be a lot more than that, but that's the net impact on the levy so far.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardy. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Okay, my last point. With regards to the adventure bus slash through you, Mayor, to Mr. Lamming, I see that the adventure bus is on this list. Is the beach bus not on this list because it's just part of transit? Can you explain further?
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, that's correct. We did make that a permanent service from council's approval last year.
Okay. And with regards to the adventure bus, is there, you have on the supplementary list, is there any way that you could absorb this through another part of transit and just maybe rebuild it that it's a regular bus that's stopping at different stops, but just makes a little excursion up to Hiawatha?
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, what we could propose or suggest is to have this run for another pilot for this year at this and bring back the results for the budget for 2024 moving forward at 8,000. There was 290 rides on the adventure bus this year, and it took the beach bus a couple of years. It got close to 700. So we really want to see how the results would take place this fall. I'm happy to bring those back to council.
Okay, and in all fairness, the amount of time is probably a little shorter than how long the beach bus ran for, because summer's a little bit longer than the fall.
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, that's correct. We also had a number of rain days too that affected the results.
Okay, so at this time, I'd like to accept Mr. Lamming's idea that doing a pilot again.
And Mr. Lamming, for clarification, would you be doing this within the current transit budget without the need for additional operating funds?
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor, to you, Mr. Mayor, we would need the $8,000 one time to do it and then bring that back the results for next December.
Okay, do you have a source for the 8,000? Certainly there's the special council community fund that we could use.
Came from the
If
list.
council's all, yes, it came from the list.
Yeah.
If council's agreeable. 8,000 one-time funding from the reserve to continue the pilot for the adventure bus. No impact to the levy. That's all, Councillor Hollingsworth? Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Vezoel and then Councillor Garrity.
Thank you. I just have one item, number 10, the long-term financial plan. Michelle, and thank you because you answered in great detail my questions. So with this long-term financial plan, I'd asked if we would be considering also, planning into other organizations that affect our levy, such as, DSAB, police services, and obviously fire and all of that sort of thing. Could you just give us a high level evaluation of what this plan can and cannot do and what the impact and value of it is, please?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen, this is really directly related to city's strategic planning for financial purposes and bringing into our funding sources. So obviously any levy impacts that we get from levy boards, we'll try to factor in it because that's an operational requirement. But to go into these other organizations that don't report to the city, that are separate corporations, we wouldn't be able to dictate to them how this plan would be used. I don't know if I've answered all of your questions there.
But they would be considered as part of the strategy with the long-term planning, I think is really what I'm getting to in terms of, we understand that we are responsible for these amounts and having them integrated into the long-term plan. That's not just, corporation of the city of Sault Ste. Marie in this long-term plan, that it's other organizations that affect our budget and our revenues and our expenses.
Correct. The long-term financial plan looks at both capital and operational requirements. And that is an operational requirement, like I said, any levies that are charged to us and local boards, which police are. Fire is already part of the city's normal services.
And when would you undertake this plan and what would be the duration of the plan? Is it a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan?
The plan is usually 10 years. So it goes out quite far. And, but as you know, when you get farther out, even beyond 5 years, the reliability of it is less. But this is a living document. So every year it'll be updated and we'll be looking at it on a regular basis.
So with this $50,000, would the consultant or whatever organization, whatever accounting firm takes over, would they be reviewing that with our finance team on an annual basis after it's drafted?
My intention is that once it's drafted, that the finance department would take it over and just continue on with the assumptions.
So the $50,000 is just the one time only. The consultant comes in, does the work, and then we own the document and we are responsible for the stewardship and the monitoring of it.
Correct.
And so this $50,000 would come directly from the levy?
No, it's coming from the asset management reserve
Okay.
because it also relates to our asset management planning.
Yeah, okay, because it
yeah.
wasn't on the spreadsheet, just said one-time cost. So it's not affecting the levy at all. I support this. I think it's really important. We've gone through 3 years of financial instability with the pandemic, and whatever tools in the toolbox to help control finances and understand trends better, I support. So I do support this moving forward, knowing that it's not impacting the levy.
Thanks, Councillor Bezuwel. Anyone else on this? Councillor Dufour?
Thanks through you, Ms. Shell. Michelle, how does our long-term financial plan, when it gets done, help us to start moving towards potential multi-year operational budgets and forecasts?
Well, because through you, Mr. Mayor, pardon me, to Councillor Dufour, because it looks at all of our operational and capital requirements, as well as funding strategies for them, we'll start building in that as into our reviews for capital multi-year, as well as operational multi-year. It's a guiding document for us. Right now, we have all kinds of bits and pieces. We need to bring everything together.
Thanks, Michelle. I alluded to this principle in my comments earlier about one-time costs and value investments that create savings later on, and how difficult they are for us to politically fund around this table when we're only able to show 1 year's worth of results. I think by funding this plan, we're going to be able to unlock a lot more of those things and be able to communicate them to the community effectively. So it's something I support as well.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Anyone else on this particular item? Okay, is there support for funding this from the Asset Management Reserve? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Carries. Councillor Bezuwel, did you have additional items?
I don't have any additional items now.
Councillor Gardy?
Forgive me, Mr. Mayor, I stepped out a couple of times. The aquatic lead at the John Rhodes Pool, has that been discussed as of yet?
It was funded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Gardy? Any other councils? Councillor Spina?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things that kind of jumped out at me, and I think the first one would probably be for Mr. Lamming, I believe. Jumped out at me in one of the reports was just about $70,000 for doors at the Greco pool. That kind of jumped out at me because it was really high. I don't understand what doors cost 70,000. Maybe I'm missing it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, there's 6 metal doors there, and I think Mr. Facey can add some light to that as well.
Sure.
There might be an issue with the amount on that amount there, where there's a capital and an asset management component.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the metal doors form part of the capital budget that's been approved already this evening. I believe it's funded from the asset management reserve. If you need more detail, I can gladly look it up.
Yeah, sure. And just it would just seem to be a shocking number to me for doors. I wasn't sure how many we were replacing or what it was. And the other question is probably for Mr. Girardi under Public Works. And it is the, sorry, just trying to pull it up here. This is a request to hire a parks maintenance employee and 2 supervisors. So we're looking at about $286,000 there for that. So the question through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe to Mr. Girardi, what's the benefit that we receive out of those? And is there capacity in staff now to do it? Or perhaps in Ms. Hamilton Beach? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina. Unfortunately, or fortunately, we've been managing the workload with the existing capacity, but certainly finding that there are items that we are falling short on. So certainly during our presentation, we listed all those properties and developments that have happened in the area of parks, and we keep spreading ourselves thinner and thinner. So although we are certainly trying to do our best, and certainly all staff is doing that, it is becoming more and more critical from a safety and an inspection perspective, and just maintaining these sites, that this extra body would absolutely be
That's the parks maintenance employee?
Correct.
So this is not a supervisory employee. This is just a maintenance person?
This would be a maintenance purpose. Yes.
Is there ability to farm that out, or are there agreements that prohibit that?
Our collective agreement would prohibit that. And there are also skills, for instance, park playground practitioners that are required to inspect and to do those repairs under certain.
So it's not just anyone that could do that. We couldn't get any company in town to do that. You have to have a fully trained person.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And the other two positions, the supervisor, training supervisors, I think it is, for required for CVOR driver skills. Is that something that we have to do in-house, or is there a training academy that can take care of that for us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, we certainly do bring in where it is at all possible external trainers, but this would actually be day-to-day training that is required. Our complement is, I will say, getting younger and more inexperienced in the variety of equipment that we in fact operate and have to rely upon. So this would be a day-to-day training effort, shadowing with the in fact that these new and younger operators and expanding to all that equipment that we're expected to in fact.
So, and I don't expect anyone would know this off the top of their head. What would be the positive impact on our fleet insurance by having CVOR trainers on site daily?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, we have experienced the negative
Sure.
such that our safety violation rating 3 years back was challenged and at levels that were unacceptable to MTO.
Mhm.
And so several representatives of the corporation had to in fact put a safety action plan in effect. And having those training needs met are absolutely critical to keep us operating.
So in that safety plan moving forward, so we may not realize a savings today or this year potentially on our insurance, but if we put this in, is there a potential savings that we're going to realize when we go back to market, or when, sorry, I guess more appropriately, when do we go back to market for our insurance? Do we know?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, we're in the last year of our third year with Intact Insurance. We'll be going to market in the end of this year for February 2024.
Okay, so when we, sorry, the end of this year being January, or sorry, December?
It ends February the 28th is
Okay.
when the renewal is. So
2024. Okay, so when we do that, are we required to present this plan and these mitigating strategies that we've taken, these steps we've taken in order to go to market to get a reduced rate?
there's a number of documents that are provided, are requested, and I don't know exactly everything that they would want to do that, but we could certainly look at it.
Sure. And what I'd be interested to see is what the offset in our premium would be. So in other words, if we're going to invest $210,000 in these trainers, would we see a significant reduction year after year in our insurance? In other words, even if we got $50,000 a year, this may be a cost neutral investment. But right now it shows as just a $210,000 cost, but I realize there may be some downstream benefits there. So I realize it's short order, but is there some way we could potentially gather that information for tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know.
The intention is
No.
not to have a budget meeting.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Councilor Spin, those are good questions. I think the timeline still presents us with the opportunity for you to ask them to bring you a motion on this over the course of the, next 6 or 8 months.
Sure.
And we could decide this at the 2024 budget before the 2024 renewal. Because the 2024 budget will be deliberated probably in December of this year as opposed to January or February of next year.
Yeah, so my comment was more because we're looking to make that investment now to realize the savings in 2024. So if we are looking to make a $210,000 investment today, we're not going to realize those savings today. We may realize them in 2024, but I want to know what those savings might be before I make a decision on whether I want to invest $210,000 today.
Yeah. I don't think you'll get.
I don't think we'll get it. Okay. Any other light you think you can shed on that, or what would be the cost potentially, I guess, is the next question on the training academies that we would use for CVOR versus having an in-house?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, I don't have an annual rate from any CVOR trainer. What I also can say and offsetting is we're spending more and more time investigating incidents and having those operators in fact off of the road, doing the activity that they should be doing. And to have our CVOR threatened, we want to keep operating.
Yeah.
Right. So, and we're doing it as efficiently as possible.
So there is a cost savings attached to this. We just can't quantify it tonight, but there is in terms of having safer operators, having people on the road longer, having less downtime, all of those things. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. Those are all my questions on that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spina. Sorry, Councillor Spina, before I leave you, did you have any other items on the?
Not right now, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to touch on the downtown activation in the community development. Mr. Ver, could you verify for me, would funding like that go toward promoting the plaza?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Caputo, no, it wasn't meant to promote the plaza. No, it was meant for additional dollars for hiring talent, musical performers, et cetera, and some additional staff dollars to have extended hours at the plaza.
Okay, I just,
Sorry,
sorry, go
misspoke.
ahead.
Plaza and Roberta Bondar Pavilion. It wasn't just the plaza, it was events in the downtown.
Since we decided tonight to make that investment in the plaza, I just really feel like planning and programming is going to be vital to the success of the plaza. So this downtown activation money, adding it to the budget for concert series and staffs and materials for extra activity downtown, it just interests me because I think that if you build it, they will come attitude is not just going to be enough. I think we need to really make sure that this is programmed properly. So this would be something that I would be really interested in seeing added to the budget.
So is that a motion to?
Yeah. Well, that's not me. I thought it was me.
I thought that was your
I was like, it's okay. Yes, I would like to motion to see this added to the budget. I think two things. One, I'm on the Downtown Association BIA. Currently, they're running on a shoestring budget. I think anything that we can do to help would be appreciated. And I think we've seen a lot of community involvement in the street parties. I would love to see more activities like that. I understand it's a hard budget year, but I think the more we can engage our community, the better off we will be. So yes, I would like to see this added to the budget if we can.
Okay, council, any other questions on that item? Mr. Facey, what are we sitting at right now in terms of municipal increase?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, before this item, it is 3% for the municipal share, 4.87% total.
And that wasn't picked up by the microphone, but I think Councillor Caputo asked the total dollars that's been added to the supplemental is now.
The net amount added is still $86,000.
Okay, we
as
haven't
found
added
in funding
anything
sources.
since last. Okay.
I would even accept a portion of it if that's what it had to be.
Okay. What portion? I mean, like, it's up to you to propose the number, Councillor Caputo.
Why don't we see if, do we think we have support for the full fund?
All right, let's take a straw vote on that. Who supports that?
I'm a keener.
All right, there is not.
Okay, what about half?
Supporters?
Come on.
I don't think you're going to get there
Okay.
today, Councillor
Okay.
Caputo. Any other items on the supplementary list? Any other questions on any other items? Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm hung up because I'm curious now. Menzo Pool's showing around 80,000 or something for utilities and fuel. I don't know, through you, Mr. Mayor, to maybe Mr. Lamming, I guess. Could you explain what that might be? Menzo Pool, utilities and fuel, about 80,000 on the
Mr. Facey.
departmental.
Mr. Facey's got his.
Oh, that works too.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not to end the conversation too quickly, but this was deferred to 2024 as the asset will not be put in place in 2023. So the full 115 is pushed to 2024.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Council, the other item that we haven't dealt with any finality is number 1 on the list, the Public Works Equipment Reserve. It shows on the list the 550,000 ongoing costs, but this year there is no levy impact, and the anticipation, I think, from past reports that we've received is that there may actually be maintenance savings that come from this. So certainly I would support including this in the budget for this year, and we'll deal with it next year again, where we have the opportunity to continue or not.
Or can we reduce that?
It's what's the amount that is included for this year? 330,000 for this year, which is financed over 10 years. Yeah. So is there support for that? Okay, that's a majority. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions on any other items? All right. Yeah, I think we're at 3% still, unless something's changed in the last 30 seconds.
No. Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. 3%, 4.87% total, including the levy and local boards.
Council. Okay, I think we can probably, I suspect, you need a minute to draft a motion of some nature, do you know?
I think we need 10.
You need,
Yeah.
okay.
Mr. Mayor and Council, we have a number of motions, including the plaza motion, to get together for you. But if we take a 10-minute recess, we can have those set up for you.
Okay, let's.
Just 1 second, the CFO has something to tell me.
I just wanted to say that it'll take us about 10 minutes to put it together, but if council wants to move the evening along, maybe you can deal with the Public Works ratification while we do that.
I'm fine with that.
We'll deal with that, but then some of the people who have to be here for that item need to huddle with you to get the resolution sorted out, including myself. So let's go ahead and knock off the ratification vote, and then we will take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you. So we are on agenda, or do we have to rise out of committee of the whole or not yet?
We well, we can go ahead and rise now.
Okay.
Because we're done with the, Rachel, can you do the resolution for rising?
I have a motion by councillors Vezo Allen and Bruni resolved that the committee of the whole council now rise and report on the matter referred to it by City Council 2023 budget deliberations.
Council, all in favor? Motion carries. That brings us to agenda item 9.
So I have a motion by councillors Dufour and Bruni resolved that the report of the Labor Relations Coordinator dated February 13, 2023 be received and memorandum of settlement for QP Local 3 Public Works be ratified.
Council, any questions on this? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor? Motion carries. Oops, there we go. So what's a motion to recess?
No, we can just recess for 10 minutes.
Okay.
We will come back at the end of 10 minutes to.
We'll be back,
finalize
council, at
things.
9:20.
Well done.
Yeah, an apron on there.
Council Chambers said cold pasta. Are you kidding me? I'd rather have cold pizza.
Cold pizza, yeah.
Well, it's good. You're gonna wrap it up tonight.
It felt like it was never ending.
I know. I was gonna-
We landed it.
No, that's.
Nothing, because I thought we'd be at budget, so we had dinner on that Friday night. Oh, on Saturday, I heard it was busy. Yeah, my aunts and uncles were there.
Our table wasn't.
Was it? Would you go with your siblings? All right, council.
Yeah.
We're getting close. We're getting close.
Finish that one. Not just to roll over from the extension to the meeting.
I just need to do the sewer and I'm done.
Okay.
I just need to do the sewer. How many times you say that? Yeah, I've just got one more. Okay.
All right, council. Seeing that it is 9:30, we have to pass a motion to, well, we have to deliberate a motion to suspend the procedural rules. So I'll get city clerk to read that.
I have a motion by councillors Vezo, Allen and Bruni resolved that the rules of procedure be suspended to allow the meeting to extend to 5 hours in length.
Any questions? All in favor? All right, that carries. Please vote on the iPad as well.
Okay. Then the first I will do is just the a motion on receiving the report of the CAO additional information. It's a motion by councillors Vezo, Allen and Bruni. Resolved that the report of the CAO dated February 13, 2023 concerning 2023 budget additional information be received as information.
Council, all in favor? Motion carries.
So the motion with respect to the plaza, I have Councillor Caputo moving it. I just need a seconder.
Councilor Vezo, Allen.
So a motion by councillors Caputo and Vezo, Allen resolved that the report of the Deputy CAO Community Development and Enterprise Services dated February 13, 2023 concerning the reductions to the downtown plaza contingency request be received and that the following changes be approved. Public Works install place structure, $10,000, remove metal rail guide, $5,000 for a total reduction of $15,000 and a total project contingency of $645,000 with funding referred to the 2023 capital budget for amendment. Further, that the revised project budget will be $11,594,000 $4,464, and the CAO be given delegated authority for all procurements relating to the said contingency. And that's open for vote.
Oh, Council, Mr. White's got some comment on that.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, through discussion, there is a delegation of authority in this, and that's because my approval limits would only amount to less than half of the contingency requiring council approval for items. I discussed it with the mayor. It was certainly the mayor's feeling that council doesn't really want to see this item again, as long as things remain within the funding that's being allocated. Certainly, staff understands council position on the contingency, and we will not be spending any of the contingency where we don't have to. But that's the reason for the delegated authority. Of course, it's up to council to approve that.
Any questions on that? Okay, seeing none, we can take a vote on the matter. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Motion carries.
That's why I have Councillor Spina opposed and Councillor Scott opposed, and I don't have a vote for Councillor Bruni. So 8-3.
Sandra opposed as well. Intended to.
Okay, 7-4. So I have a motion by Councillors Dufour and Kinnock, resolved that the 2023 operating budget be approved with the following adjustments. Additional slot revenue of 100,000, street light savings 429,220, capital inflation $523,983, Manzo Park splash pad reduction $115,000, plaza operations reduction $41,667, cremation revenue reduction $50,000, travel and training reduction $50,000. Addition, hire 2 summer students, 24,657, funded from grant revenue of the same amount. Hire an aquatic lead at the John Rhodes Pool, 55,844, offset by reduction of complement in the same amount. Hire an office clerk in building inspection, 62,985, funding from building permit reserve fund in the same amount. Hire a building inspector, $98,834, funded from building permit reserve fund. Hire 4 firefighters at hiring costs of $340,892, overtime savings of $447,740, an amount available to finance aerial truck $106,848. Hire a construction supervisor in the engineering department, $97,065, funded by Streamlined Development Fund in 2023. Change the part-time bylaw enforcement officer to full-time, $35,803. Expand coverage of downtown ambassador pilot program. Option C, $95,913, funded by Special Council Community Fund over 3 years, $63,942. Art Gallery about Algoma grant increase $17,765. Transit adventure bus pilot $8,000, funded by Special Council Community Fund. Long-term financial plan $50,000, funded by the Asset Management Reserve. Public Works Equipment Reserve increase $330,000, funded by decreased contribution to Asset Management Reserve, resulting in an increase in the corporate portion of the municipal levy from 2022 in the amount of 2.99%.
Okay, council. All in favor? Motion carries. I think unanimous.
And I have a motion by councillors Bezo, Allen and Bruni, resolved that the 2023 capital budget and financing sources be approved with the following changes. Remove capital project Bellevue Marina, $675,000. Substitute with project contingency for plaza account, $645,000. Partial removal of capital project for road resurfacing, $423,191.
All in favor? Motion carries. Yeah.
And what's with the the other boards?
It's 1.4.86.
4.86.
And I have a motion by councillors Dufour and Bruni, resolved that the 2023 sanitary budget and financing sources be approved with the following changes. Wastewater master plan accumulated net revenue sewer surcharge, $434,230.
Council, all in favor? Motion carries.
I have a motion by councillors Dufour and Bruni that this council shall now adjourn.
All in favor? Motion carries. Oh, wait. Oh. Before we do that,
There are a couple more resolutions, Rachel. There's two more. There's the
we're not done yet, council.
levy and local boards of 187.
Okay,
And then
okay, I did not see that. Okay,
And I sent you a revised final one that outlays the levy and the cumulative.
Okay.
impact.
almost.
I know, right? First- Now.
And you sent me an additional email with the other,
With the revised final one, yeah, sorry. Boards, we're good. Just a-
Steve, so it's just one motion, correct? Yes, and you want this, do you want that?
No, that one's fine.
Okay,
The one after that.
I'm just gonna paste it in so that you can.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have a bit of that to do tomorrow. Thank you. You wouldn't have wanted to come back tomorrow for this. Okay, so a motion by councillors Dufour and Bruni resolved that the 2023 levies and local boards be approved, resulting in an increase to the levy and local board portion of the municipal levy from 2022 of 1.87%.
Council, all in favor?
And a motion by councillors Dufour and Kenneth resolved that the overall 2023 municipal levy of $134,304,141 corporate and levy and local boards representing an increase of 4.86% be approved.
All in favor? Motion carries.
Now we'll do a motion by councillors Dufour and Bruni that this council shall now adjourn.
All in favor? We're still all in favor. Okay, good. Thank you.